Okay. I should be live now. Alright. Alright, cool. Let me just briefly change the scene. Okay. 1 sec, let me get the game booted up. There we go. Let's get on in. Right, let's get on in on everything. And we have the thing to look at later, and hi there, bootleg gamer, I see you were there first. Right. Alright, let's get on in. Alright, let me get the music playing. Alright, we gotta get our stuff done here. What codes? There are codes? I don't know about the codes, but sure, what are they? All I know is they had some sort of thing now. Yeah, new season of Origin of War. We'll check it out later. Because what else are we gonna do? Yeah, I wasn't awake during that. And I heard there was apparently an issue or something that to redo something. Oh, because I saw there was like a notification on Discord about it. I'm like, what? Okay. It was delayed, I see. 1 hour for the delay, of course. Yeah, and I was asleep during that time. So, I didn't see it. We can look at it after. Okay, we get Cirrus, Fenny, and I guess we're getting a new Cirrus and Fenny. Okay. Thanks for the spoilers. Just kidding, but yeah. Alright, cause why else would it be Surface Cirrus and Surface Fenny? Or Volley with Fenny and then thing. So that's just gonna be my guess. Am I correct? Am I correct or am I wrong? I'm wrong? Or am I correct? Because I see Cirrus and Fenny. Why else would it be? And one of them will be free, right? Okay. So 800, so 5 pulls. Cool. Thanks for the codes. Plus 5 pulls. Fenny? So they can do another Cirrus? Maybe? That's my guess. Fenny will be free and then they put Cirrus as the rate up. That's my guess anyways. I haven't seen it yet, so I have no idea. Right, and then there was also that Nintendo Direct. But I saw in my recommendations some people doom posting something. So, I'm gonna guess it wasn't good. Which is what I was expecting. I was expecting for it to suck. But yeah. Was it that we need to get done now? Hi, Derico. Welcome, welcome. Oh, this stuff is not all available yet. Okay, how are we gonna fill the time then? Gotta fill it somehow. Okay. Wait, I just saw this like a massive number there. I guess we can still keep getting friendship, not like it's gonna really push them further.
Go ahead. I'm
Yeah,
listening.
like the number is still going up. That's interesting. For what it's worth. I don't know about that. I just think it's interesting how like the numbers just keep going up there. I just noticed. But yeah, like there's the like how else are we gonna get the base comfort level to level 50, you know? It's stuck at level 50. I don't know. Hi Bahamut. Welcome. But yeah. Where do we even get these books? I apparently never got all of those. I never got them all, those achievements. Okay. A lot of work, yeah. Oh, they have Clarina stuff in here now. When did they add Clarina here? Each time triggers Sanguine Burst Fire or whatever, consume 20% HP. Okay. So they added Clarina to this. That's interesting. We have Clarina as obtainable buffs in here. Yeah, one of these days I'll get all of these cleared. Enters Vampiric Gaze after Sanguine Burst Fire. Oh, that just lets you keep doing the thingy there. Okay. Let's see. You know, let's try and see if we can get her thing from her. Because apparently she has something in there. Might as well try to see if we can get it. Alright, let's see. What do I want to put here? What do I want to put? Because, like, it doesn't really matter. I guess I'll just put Riptide for the buffs. The passive skill damage buff. Alright, we might as well see what we get. Alright, let's see. They're all the same thing that it's giving me. Next room.
悲鳴を上げるがよい。やっとあなたと肩を並べて戦えるようになったわ。翼よ、羽ばたけ。私の戦い、どうだったかしら。別に失敗じゃないわよ。
You know, I do wonder though, like, when is Tokyo Xanadu 2 coming out? Right, because it was announced, like, at the beginning of the year, wasn't it? But it's like, when is it coming? I'll take that one.
翼よ、羽ばたけ。悲鳴を上げるがよい。安心して。なんせ私の射撃の先
Because
生
then
は
I can trigger all those extra effects. Since her bullet hits count as skill hits for some reason.
ちょっとどいてくれないかしら。私の戦いどうだったかしら、分析員さん。翼よ、羽ばたけ。定めに従いなさい。あなたに預けるわ。分析員さん。別に失敗じゃないわよね。分析員さん。ちょっと休憩。
Alright.
アフタヌーンティーでも一緒にいかが？
Alright, let's see. I guess I take that one. Alright, what do we got here?
あなただもの。悲鳴を上げるが影よ。伝え。別に失敗じゃないわよ。分析員さん。私の戦い。別に失敗じゃないわよ。分析員さん。別に失敗じゃないわよね。分析員さん。足手まといだなんて絶対に言わせないんだから。
Alright, what do we get here? Doesn't really matter what I got from those. Alright, let's go fight the next one. I don't even get to stack all the things. How unfortunate. Alright, let's go get the next thing. Wow, it just gave me the same set of buffs multiple times. Alright, we'll go kill the one here. Alright, let's see. next one. But yeah, I do want to see how the buffs for her work. Her exclusive buffs.
あなたと肩を並べて
If the game will give it to me.
影を伝えよ悲鳴を上げるがよい はっやあそりゃ勝ったわ私にもできたわ分析員さん
Alright, next room.
安心してなんせ私の射撃の先生はあなただもの悲鳴を上げるがよい影よちょっと休憩アフタヌーンティーでも一緒にいかが
Alright, now we got Spark. Spark should be pretty huge to have. Right, things should be dying faster now. Because I have Spark. Like that. Alright, let's see what we can get.
ごめんなさい。安心して。なんせ私の射撃の先生はあなただもの。
Alright, I'll take that. The other stuff I don't need. Yeah, these suck. Those buffs suck though. I don't need them. Oh well. I want to get the new Clarina ones. Yeah, I could instantly trigger that effect actually. I'll take that. The ones that trigger damage on hit are pretty good, I guess. Alright, let's see. Can take that one. Oh, that boss is all the way up there. Time to head on up. Let's see. You can't really use any of these. I'll just shove those there.
ごめんなさい。うかつだったわ。悲鳴をあげるがよい。安心して。
Will this really be the pleasant surprise they claim it to be? Give me that one. I want to see that one in action. That is not the one there. Come on. No, that is not it. That one's useless. Same with that one. God damn it. Nothing good there. On to the next room then. I guess I'll take that one. Alright, come on out. I guess I'll take that. But yeah, the buff RNG is Pepega. Not giving me the new ones to play around with. Whatever, I'll just shove that in there. Next one. Let's see, what do we got here? Here we go. Only got one of her buffs. And these are useless. I'll just shove that over there. Unfortunately, could not see the thing. Oh well, we'll look at the Snowbreak thing after this. So it just lets me keep spamming this thing. I straight up don't have to press the skill button anymore.
ごめんなさい。うかつだったわ。この無礼者。悲鳴をあげるがよ。
Yeah, that's all it does. Okay. That's neat, I guess. Yeah, eventually I will just collect all the buffs here, maybe. Just to get them completely marked off. Okay, let's go give it a look, I guess. Let's see. Can I even get anything here? Alright, gotta slowly clean all this out. Alright, let me fix the window size. There we go. So it should be here on Snowbreak. Is this it? Cerulean Getaway trailer? Oh wait, there's more. And there's the broadcast recap. And then there's all this. Okay. Alright, then we'll give it a look. Only 1.4k views though, that's sad. Alright then, let's give it a look. Cerulean Getaway. Swimsuit update special broadcast. Put on headphones for the optimal experience. Okay. Optimal. Gotta make sure you have the optimal experience with the headphones. Okay. I thought they had English voices.
这细腻的沙滩，不愧是西蓝
Yep.
海啊！
而海姆达尔能抢先独享所有水上游乐设施，听说还有水下复古酒店和海底
Okay.
博物馆。但这些设施虽然很好，能让 Darling 开心的，肯定是和本小姐在一起。
分析员，走累了的话，要喝冰饮吗？擦一擦，冰一冰，擦一擦。
Okay, I don't know about you guys, but like, it's kind of weird with the ASMR thing. You know, like, because it's like they're playing each sound in one ear, but like if you were actually there, technically speaking, you would hear it on both of your ears. Just one side would be slightly louder than the other, right? Technically speaking. It's so weird where it's just like hyper focused in one ear for one thing and then the other ear for the other when they're like right in front of you. I don't know why. I always just find it jarring when like they do these types of things. Because it's like Like, it doesn't really, you know, the sound stuff doesn't really work like that. Unless you're in some really, really crazy soundproofed room and you apparently have like a barrier between them so you can't see. You're like standing in between two soundproof rooms and hearing noise from either side. Right, like that's the only way it would make sense. Yeah, when is this coming to ToF? They did it with Master You and Void Piercer. I don't know. But yeah, I see there's a new Cirrus and Fenny.
想增强团队凝聚
And
力吗？
Acacia's there.
想为队员们带来欢乐吗？分析员，来测试我的全新大作——演绎桌团吧！楼下酒店前台有专业主持人给你答案。
Yeah, that same. Alright.
Darling.
Oh, there's the English. Damn, no uncensored, guys. Again, like I've said this before, but whenever they do like that the censorship like fog thing, the clouds, like I feel like it means it's implying something worse than what is there. Like they're just wearing freaking swimsuits there, but like when you cover up where you would expect to see the swimsuits, now it's like, wait, is there nothing there then? You know? You know what I mean? It's like you hide something else and you can basically make it look worse than it is by hiding it. Right? Like if you go block it out, just imagine it's not there, then it's like, oh. Right? Like look at this, right? Let's say we take my model here. Right, we got the skirt there, right? But if I go do this, do you see anything that would imply that there's something there? No. But if I move it back up, now you know that there's something there, right? Like it's it's really weird when that's what they do because it's like it's implying something worse than it is.
This swimsuit is rather elastic, perfect for some intense movements.
I'm choking on seawater. Need you to give me mouth to mouth. Adjutant, come play with me. Darling, teach me volleyball, won't you? Looks like everyone's ready. Time to start this vacation's main event. Tabletop expedition. You two must surf through a gauntlet of dangers.
Yeah, they put in the clouds, and they can't. But yeah, they can't even keep the clouds on them. Exactly.
Hold me tight, Adjutant. Don't let go.
Okay, she can surf around. So Cirrus also will get another movement tool, just like the other one.
Over already. Let's go for a perfect clear this time.
Not so fast. Now we need to use a vehicle to clear this slide. But
Okay.
only the adjutant has the driving skill, so...
Darling. Darling, you really do spoil me the most.
Okay. New boss.
Nobody loves my fun, my darling.
Yeah. Okay, if they're gonna do that much, she's probably the one that's the limited one. It's Fetty. Right? Yeah, I mean, that's just what I was guessing earlier, because, like, we already got a free Fenny a year ago. So it's like, you know, they're gonna make Fenny the limited one and give Cirrus for free. Yeah, there's no rhyme or reason for the clouds. One scene they cloud her because she's close to the camera, and the other, they don't care. I know. It's so weird.
Adjutant, let's play split the watermelon.
They tried. Wait. Wait, do I still have that source? No, I have the steak source there. Do I still have it? I think I do. Let me see if I can find it. No, there was that one. The panini's there. Nope, not that source. The crepe is there. Oh, here it is. They tried. Right? They tried to clean it up. For $60, I expect the clown to be perfectly positioned every scene. They tried, right? They tried. You like this one? Not exactly the best work of mine, but I tried. I tried. It may have failed, but at least I tried. But yeah. I changed the tide to tried.
Mr. Adjutant, the watermelon's this way. Don't listen to her. The watermelon's here.
It's watermelon. Enjoy.
Okay.
Darling, you big dummy. Like you said, darling, our love will never lose that spark.
But hey, at least I got the voices thing figured out. Okay.
分析员需要和队员们扮演调查员，一起完成剧本中的冒险。
Realistically, how much would a suite cost? I'm assuming like their worst room would probably be like $1,000 or $2,000 a night for the worst room near an elevator. I'm assuming, at least. Especially because like they have to keep the thing underwater, so they have to do things outside of just pumping air and stuff in there. They have to also deal with like maintaining the correct amount of pressure, otherwise the glass and stuff will break. And there's a bunch of other things that they have to account for. Right, so I'm guessing at least the worst room would probably at least be 2,000 plus a night. It's just my assumption. And guess there. Because keeping that type of facility would be absurdly expensive. Yeah, there'll probably be a few pools, and that'll be its own thing. But yeah, like, especially because they have to keep it underwater. It's just the pressure itself. Honestly, it might be a lot more expensive on it, depending on where that underwater hotel is, if it was real. Because, it would have to be in, like, maybe, like, a lake of some kind. Because, impossible for it to be in the ocean because of how far deep that would be and the amount of pressure there, like, nothing. We can't exactly have anything go down, like, to the, like, further down deep in any of the oceans. Like, our shit would just get, like, the thing would itself, like, would crush itself under the pressure by going that deep. So, like, that wouldn't work. But, like, in, like, a lake of some kind, sure. So, like, the only type of aquatic life you would see would be, like, you know, freshwater stuff. If it was gonna be realistic.
几位调查员在度假的路上，汽车突然抛锚，调查员们只能推开酒店的大门。一行人刚到酒店前台，午夜的电话铃突然响起。
Like, to put things into perspective there, like, building space stations and shit would technically be a lot more feasible than trying to build an underwater hotel. Like, making, like, space tourism a thing is more practical. Like, having, like, that would be a lot more practical. And technically, if there was to be a hotel in space, that would be cheaper. Just, like, orbiting the Earth. That would be cheaper to, like, handle and maintain than an underwater hotel. As crazy as that might sound. Yeah, plus it's gonna be pitch black. And, the Grand Suite, yeah, that's its own other thing. But, like, you're not gonna see, like, the thing is, with this type of suite, you're not going to be able to see, like, any of the more interesting aquatic, like, the aquatic animals there, like, some of those things, because they need to live in very deep and higher pressure environments, which we physically cannot get to. Like, we don't exactly have anything that can survive. Like, even if you have the best fucking submarine on the planet, you can only go so deep before it literally just implodes on itself and gets crushed under the pressure. Right? So, like, a hotel is even more unrealistic. But yeah, like, in a shallower lake, sure, you could technically build one. But yeah. Otherwise, no, like, it's not gonna work. we, like, we physically are unable to do it. At least for now. Maybe in a couple hundred years, sure, but not anytime soon. Making it sound worse than China's Disneyland where children pee out in the open in the trash cans. That's its own other problem, but like, yeah, it's extremely unrealistic to build one of those today. Again, like, it's far easier to send people into space, as crazy as that sounds, than to go deeper than we currently have gone in the ocean. It's far easier to do shit in space. Like, if you want to do stuff like deep in the ocean, yeah, like, going to space is gonna be easier and probably cheaper. That's how crazy it is. Again, I guess it's the difference between dealing with a lot of pressure and then no pressure. Yep. But are you ready to piss on the moon? You gotta build your space colony arc and piss on the moon.
刚刚还在电脑前面写文档，怎么一阵海浪
OK
被我们刮到这儿来了？
哎呀，既然来都来了，那就顺便给大家介绍一下芬妮新换装的技能吧。
The new
相
skills.
信大家也
Okay.
可以看到，芬妮身上这件名叫诚意的
Oh,
高热
she's
属性换
thermal.
装，
Okay.
和她身上那种热情与活力的气质非常契合。穿上这件衣服以后，芬妮将手持着冲锋枪对
SMG
敌人进
OK
行火力压制。
这件新的换装，想必也给芬妮带来
Yeah, frontal bobs, clouds, side bobs. Okay.
了新的能力吧。
Yep.
那是自然的。以往的角色大部分都以地面作战为主，这次芬妮诚意还加入了
Aerial
空中作战
combat.
的玩法。
Okay.
空中作战嘛，听起来有点意思啊，不知道是怎么实现的呢？
芬妮诚意可以通过常
She
规技
can dash
突
with her
进攻
skill,
击敌人，并且使自
and then
己
she
进
can
入
go
腾
in the
空状
air.
态，同时解锁一些特殊操作。在腾空状态，芬妮会有2种攻击模式：
Two attack
普
modes.
通攻击发射子
Fires
弹对
bullets,
单
and
个
then
敌
she
人
can
造
kick
成伤
them.
害；特殊攻
Or
击
dive
向
them
下
or
扔出
whatever.
光球，对命中范围内的敌人造成伤害。在空中，芬妮可以使用普通攻击积攒能量，
Basic attack
使用
skill
闪
energy,
避来
dodge
调
tree
整位置，
position,
或再次使用常规技突进敌人并腾空。
and you can
全
use the
靠的
skill to
空中攻
dash.
击嘛。没想到世界树的科技水平竟然进化到了这种程度了。
除此之外，积攒足够的能量后，芬妮会解锁体能极限，使出爆发技弹射热浪球，对敌人进行强力打击。如果有足够的爆发能量，可以释放加强版的爆发技。而支援技
OK
可以帮助芬妮回到战场并腾空，快速进入战斗状态。利用
Oh,
特
so
殊
her support skill just swaps her on field. I mean, yeah,
击
probably.
和体术攻击敌人。
海姆达尔的强者还真是恐怖如斯啊！
哦，这个技能设计还是比较大胆的。
Okay,
是的。
Cirrus should be next,
这
right?
次我们在技能设计上做了一些新的尝试，希望能给大家提供更多样的角色操作体验和更丰富的表现。我们会继续在内容上投入精力和产能，尝试更多的挑战，打磨出
And I'm gonna assume you unlock Cirrus the way we unlocked Nita, right? The 5-star Nita, it's gonna be the same way.
更优质的产品给大家。
你俩先别聊了，这海边的浪越来越大，我们是不是要先溜了呀？危险危险！
刚刚这浪好大呀，真适合冲浪，得赶紧打电话叫分析员一起来。
Okay.
喂，是分析员吗？啊，为什么突然想去冲浪吗？除了时机合适，嘿嘿，还想让分析员看到不一样的我啦。
Okay. I mean, you can finally have a fire one. You
强
don't
化
have
自身
one
冲
already?
浪状态，并为全队提供一定的护盾。
这个技能可太有小金鱼的
So her
风格
ult boosts her
但是它的
surfing,
辅助能
okay.
力恐怕不
And
止
gives her a
一次吧
shield.
对的，悠游的核心辅助能力是他的神格同调和支援技能。他的神格技能会在特定情况下提升场上角色的
Okay, so she just buffs skill damage. I see.
技能伤害，而他使用资源技则可以弱化。
You mean Freesia and Boo Boo, right? It was Freesia and Boo Boo then. Well, Nita's there, but she's fake.
命中目标，同时强化自身的神格同跳效果。
大令，大令，听得到吗？
The bulldozing one is neat
刚刚站
though.
歇了好久，我还没说完呢。毕竟之前就有说过要给你惊喜，我也
Oh,
是
there's
拖了
like
好
still a
久
lot
才选
more.
中了这一件合适的，就是款式。
Okay. And there's her interactive scene, I
分
guess.
析员来帮我上药了吗？
So you're gonna put sunblock on her? I guess.
分析员好厉害，就是那里。对，就是这里，我的脚踝。好像真的好很多了。
Okay.
作为回报，我喂分析员吃大西瓜。分析员，怎么样？你看这西瓜甜吗？
Okay.
甜不甜？你试完就知道。
Oh, it was already cut.
口，
You just couldn't see it.
我一口，
我一口，分析员一口，分析员一口，
Okay.
分析员一口，
Eating the watermelon? Sure.
分析员，这块应该是谁吃的来着？
Oh.
分析员，我已经按你的指导趴好了。浪来之前要趴着等待时机，左右改变重心来控制方向吗？我有感觉了。
Okay.
我感觉学会了，分析员直接教我冲吧。
Why do I feel like they added extra cloth there? For this will be like the censored version, and it might not, if you have the file changed or whatever, the cloth won't be there. I feel like they're probably gonna do that, and that's part of why they're doing this scene for the interactive thing. That's just a guess. Right, because like, if you look at it, it looks like they added something there that probably won't be there.
分析
I'm
员，
just
这个平衡很
guessing
难掌
here.
握。
But then they still censored it anyways, like
分析
that.
员，我快撑不住了。分析员，快给我你的手。
说还有高手，
There's
你还
more
别说
way.，
这样的高手还不止一位，他们个个都身怀绝技。就比如美丽又强大的奈利德，这次也是身
Oh
穿
yeah, that's right.
泳装加
Nerida
入战斗。
gets one.
没错，奈利德的泳装热杀激浪就非常具有他的个人风格。这是一件融合了海洋气息与精致时尚感的吊带泳衣。
确实，我看这个配色就很耐力德。另外那个绑带，想必也有别的用处吧？
是的，我们结合原皮的特性，主体呢采用了黑金配色，通过在暗色的泳衣上点缀烫金波点，来模拟阳光穿透海面的
Oh, so they're doing another one with an interactable scene
角
again.
色特性，整体凸显奈利德优雅
OK
又不失灵动的气质，和绑带带来的小情绪互相映衬，为分析员带来新的感觉。
除了时装以外，我们还融合科技与水枪的元素，打造出既轻盈又极具未来质感的配套武器外观——渊底警戒。
整体枪体我们采用了纱金与黑色的撞色结构作为枪体的色彩基调，辅以浅蓝色的能量脉络与动态水流特效，配合内部蓄势待发的高气密压缩机，最终呈现出充满科幻的假日海滨主题。
都说
安卡的摄像了。那这一套泳装之前也曾经出现过，抹胸加上小短裙，给假日的海滩增加了一抹清凉。
Okay.
看来安卡的审美也十分精准合适呢。
So they're finally selling
安
the
卡大神
Acacia
自然是
swimsuit
布局
too.
就像这次他带来的演绎桌团游戏一样，神秘不可捉摸。
听说这次也有少女另辟蹊径，打算挑战一下不同的风格。
是的，陈星这次呢就打算担任分学员的专属办公室助理。
That's probably the
他
battle
本人
pass
是很适
outfit,
合职业
right?
装的，所以这一次他就选择了
That's
OL
probably
主题
the battle pass
柔
one.
一审判。
好的和少女们互动了吧？
话说这次去海边，想必分析员也有准备专门度假的衣服吧？
我们为分析员设计了一套舒适的度假装，蓝色夏威夷衫勾勒出慵懒度假感，热带植物，白色裤子与人字拖的清爽搭配，仿佛随身携带着海风与阳光的浪漫。那这身搭配既呼应着大海的蓝，又让分析员鲜明的轮廓从金黄的沙海中跳脱而出，做到了度假感与时尚力的完美平衡，在烈日下宛如移动的艺术品。
除了这些内容外，这次宿舍有没有优化更新的内容
Optimizations for
本
the
次我们
okay.
还在基地里增加了
Leisurely
基地漫游
direct
送出的角色。那么从10月16日
Yep.
开始，持续到假日活动结束。
Cirrus is gonna be the free one.
活动界面，通过邀约活动领取斯瑞斯悠游
Of
和
course.
它的配套定制后勤。
角色有了，时装是不是也得安排一下？
那是当然的了。9月25日和10月16日
Two
将
phases,
分别
okay.
开启上下期
Log in
签
and
到
get
活动，
Acacia
从9
outfit
月
for
25
free.
日当天开始
Okay.
持续整个假日活动。签到登录就可以领取全新安卡西亚泳装时装。
That's
抽卡
nice.
券也不会少吧？
不
At
错，
least they give one of
在
them
假
for
日
free.
活动期间完成上下2期签到，可分别获得10张限定角色 UP 券和10张限定武器 UP 券。最后，为了帮助分析员尽快养成自己喜欢的角色，我们还是准备了2期角色嵌片
Two
和
phases of the
体力推送
chips,
活
of
动。
course.
上半期开始时间呢是9月25日，下半期开始时间是10月16日，每期活动都持续7天。
So if they're doing it like this, then my guess is the free Cirrus won't be like the thing. What was it? Won't be like Nita. I guess it'll be the patch after, maybe. I don't know when they said they were gonna like do every patch like that, but if they're doing it in phases like this, it probably won't be like that.
分析员，这里有点
Another
事，
redeem code.
不如分析员来尝尝龙舌兰怎么样？听说龙舌兰需要加点盐才会更可口。分析员，试试呢？哎，分析员，我好像有点被晒红了。这里，还有这里，从哪里开始好呢？那就交给命运吧。
Okay.
不知道分析员喜欢这份惊喜吗？
就像刚刚大家所看到的，这次我们还在耐力德和
AR
Vtuber
feature
加了 AR 系统。因为是新功能的首次尝试，所以本次新增的 AR 内容是免费提供给大家的。
当然，随后，世界树对梭州地区展开彻底的调查，发现该地区的树产生了异动。为了防止事态进一步恶化，分析员和队员们经过了2周的针对性特殊训练后，重返梭州，展开拔除树的行动。我们在这个背景下，为分析员做了新的序章篇章，并且为了让分析员有更好的剧情体验，我们还做了一些优化。分析员在完成关卡或者剧情后，不会跳转回关卡选择界面，而是继续进入接下来的关卡或者剧情中。而分析员退出后，也会默认从退出关卡或者剧情的起始点开始。
这个优化好，先前就看到有分析员反馈过相关的问题。
除此之外，我们也收到了很多关于 即使是被同化的小哈姆，也会像他写的那些代码一样，拥有不同的特异技能变种，比如隐身、加速等等。此外，哈姆军团在被击杀后可以重生，被同化的小哈姆在每次重生的时候还可以选择不同的分支，所以请选择最合适的分支帮助安卡西亚测试吧。
感觉哈姆军团有点强大啊，大玩家阵营会不会拼尽全力无法战胜呢？
不用担心，随着对局的进行，所有选手都会提升等级，获得能力提升或者强力 buff。
So
哈姆
players can
们
get
会
buffs
随
and
着承
stuff.
受伤害的增加，变得更具威胁性。当然，大玩家也会随着时间的流逝，获得更多左右对局的手段。
想必会是一场难忘的激战呢，分析员。
相信分析员能找到最快破局的方法。我已经迫不及待的想看分析员整活了。
除去海姆优化作战的玩法外，本期海姆向前冲还新增了几个关卡，并且分析员可以
Oh yeah,
在
new
冲关码
stages.
中
Okay.
选择单人冲关模式，和 AI 选手一
They added a solo mode where you get AI opponents instead now.
起进行冲关。
Okay.
此外，在单人冲关模式下，分析员也可以根据自己的喜好自选地图
Yep.
进行体验。
看样子还真是内容满满啊。
至于新
是的，假日泳装一直是大家非常期待的主题，所以我们也投入了
There's
超
still
出以
more
往
though.
的
There's
精
still
力
8 more
来制作内容。
minutes.
相信通过今晚的直播介绍，大家也能感受到这次活动内容的量级比以往都要丰富的多得多。
Okay.
除了活动玩法本身的形式更新，本次2个新角色，我们也尝试为大家提供不同于往期的新体验。时装上也拓展了 AR 功能玩法。此外，还有2张主线剧情、全
2
新
new
的数字场
chapters
景
of the
等等，
story.
希
Okay.
望能让大家玩得更开心、尽兴。未来1年4个大版本，我们也会继续努力，以这次的质量标准来更新。
最后，感谢分学员耐心听我们说了这么久，不知道分学员对这次内容还满意吗？
我们也会时时关注评论区的反馈意见。
最后，再次感谢大家一整晚的陪伴，我们下次直播再见，
拜拜，评论区见。
话说，分学员不要忘了重
One
要
more
的事
thing.
情啊！
Okay.
酒店房间。
有人等你。
Darling， 准备好亲自感受它了吗？一半，两半，肥厚对称，中间点缀着蕊。痛，大力，它很娇弱，要温柔点对待。不止这里，泳衣上所有的花瓣都值得爱护。纵使已相握千万次，你的温度仍让我眷恋。
Okay. Got more of that.
大力，你的体力怎么那么好？让我歇歇吧。我就知道大力有这招。还来，小心！大力，我给你修面吧，作为刚刚失误的补偿。啊，对了，你喜欢全部剃光，还是做点造型？
Okay.
我也喜欢这样的，我们不愧天生一对。哦，对了，让我拿下修面泡沫。你的鼻尖以下，脸颊。
So they just give us some more ASMR.
还有右边的下颌线，直到隆起的喉结，都要满满覆盖住。
Okay.
一下刮去白天的烦恼，一下刮去运动的疲惫。Darling， 抿下嘴。Darling， 你总能给我惊喜。那这次换我给你，好吗？
Wait, are we just gonna get this for 4 minutes? Oh wait, there's more after. And now there's... Okay. Something's going on in there. after a long time.
Darling，等等，
Okay.
你有没有听到奇怪的声音？嗯，不是我们发出的啦。啊，Darling，抱紧我。
Okay. Well, that's that. Alright, that is that. Alright, let me pull the game back in. Oh, cool, I can just dump the rest of the stamina here. Alright, that took a bit to go through. Yeah, we're done with the stuff in there, right? Yeah, we did that the other day. Okay, we're done with all the stuff here. So now we can switch over to the other thing. Alright. Now onto this. That was quite a thing there. They ended it with 8 minutes of ASMR for some reason.
The deep space is right.
8 minutes of ASMR. Of all things. Okay. I wonder what we got in like Origin of War this season too. Oh, time to do dailies and stuff. What is today's join op? Okay. It's that one. Not exactly the biggest fan of that one, but okay. Time to do it. Mm-hmm.
Mia is currently at
Alright, let's get all this stuff here done first. And then we can try Origin of War, see how far I can get. Alright, because we got the new Origin of War season. Properly FL 11 max. Oh, you mean probably I'll get to floor 11? Well, we'll see. How far can I get on my own? Alright, we'll see. What rank am I in Beast Brawl right now? Rank 4. Okay, I gotta slowly climb back up to rank 2 that I was at where I was. Okay. I need patrol droids and WL6s. Oh, my ult has the same stuff. And then the exoskeleton dudes. I guess that means I'm just gonna go to Asperia and get this stuff done there. To this part of Asperia. And not the indoors. Alright, we'll just get that done. Mm-hmm. God damn it. Alright, which do I need now? WL6s. Wait, where's the WL6 here? Whatever, I'll just go to the other spot. Because the other place had the thing with the exoskeleton dudes anyways. Alright, let's head on over. Okay. I still need one more of the other thing. Alright, time to do joint ops. While I wait for them to respawn. Although it's this one today. It's this Pepega one today, the one with Chiron. Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's get on in there then. Alright, time to get through the shortcut. Almost there. And my ult is there too. Now to go and clear this. And edge. Easy. Right, and then gotta do it again. Gotta do the thing again and go out of bounds. Mm-hmm. Alright, let's see. Okay, I should probably get my world bosses killed for support points as well. Colton time then. I'll go kill Colton first. We'll do those, and then I'll do my other join op. And then we'll check into Origin of War. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see how far we can get in Origin of War. Right, we'll get these done. Mm-hmm. And then eventually I'll be done farming these world bosses. Slowly getting the shards for them. Slowly. Alright, let's head on up and in there. Alright, time to go kill Hera. And then we can go kill Colton after. Right, time to go kill Colton. Time to kill Colton. Mm-hmm. Colton is dead. And I have to wait just a little bit so I can go kill Hera. Okay, now I should be able to teleport to Hera to kill her. Alright, now I can go kill Hera. Mm-hmm. And down we go. I shown a manga protagonist. Welcome, welcome. Mm-hmm. But yeah, you missed when you were looking at the Snowbreak thing earlier. There was a lot of ASMR and things in there. They had a lot of ASMR. Like, I'm pretty sure a quarter of it was ASMR, at least. But yeah. We also got the new Origin of War season and stuff. Alright, let's go kill Rudolph. Alright, I'm gonna kill me some Rudolph. And then we'll take a peek at the new Origin of War in a bit. We'll see how far I can go with my solo shenanigans. Nope, no team. I'm gonna try and see how far I can go. My ult has some benediction stuff I can use to help. I mean, like, who's gonna be doing it at like almost 2 in the morning? I want to see how far we can get solo first. Alright, let me go kill another one of these. If not, we can do more Origin War on the weekend. We can try to get a team on the weekend then. Which, well, I guess tomorrow. But yeah. But hey, at least I'm getting vehicle parts from this. Oh, the next one's gonna spawn soon. I guess I don't need a team. I guess. And it's time to kill Rudolph. That's also what time it is. Alright, now to go loot them. Alright, we go kill them and then we loot them. And then we kill them again to go loot them. Next one's in 14 minutes. I guess I can do one of these.
Target eliminated.
But yeah. Slowly getting all the world boss accessory drops. Slowly. Eventually I will have them all. I will eventually have them all. Right, almost there. Alright, because it's always faster to do it this way. Alright, it's just faster to do it this way. Skip to the end and then go kill it. Imagine if people do this on the MMO server, they do those skips. That'd be funny, they do Jodop skips on the MMO server. What are people talking about in world chat? They demand Beyond okay. Sure, you know what? There's a team there. If they want the DPS for Origin of War, I can do it. Hi. Well, there was a team for Origin of War, so it's like, hey, might as well. Right, easy Origin of War now. We got a team. They always do a skip. Yeah, because the skipping is easier. Okay. They're gonna try to go to 16. Okay, we got Volt Tank here. Volt and Fizz Tank. Interesting. It's fine. I can carry my ult later when the season becomes easier. I can carry it later. Right, I'll just have my ult skip later. It doesn't matter. I haven't touched Origin of War yet. They're already on stage 15. Damn. What are they saying? I don't know what they're saying. But yeah, I can technically play any element. I don't know. I don't know what they're saying. Volt, I guess. I can technically do any element. Technically, Volt would be ideal now. Right, because we have a Volt tank anyways, makes it easier. Because then I get to use weak point. Volt for weak point. Because tank is Volt anyways. I can technically do any of the elements though. Oh, level 16 has Volt Boost. decent amount of damage considering I have no buffs. It does help though, we have Volt tank for my weak point stats. Though if I had Volt buffs, this would be dead so much faster. I'm just gonna turn off the damage numbers after. I think I definitely need the buffs. Yeah, if I had the buffs, we can clear this. There's a reset button. Okay. Yeah, because, like, we can see the damage that I was doing. But yeah, I have no buffs and I was doing that much damage. So if I actually had buffs... Alright, we can do stage 8 then. Yeah, Volt 3. If they can get Volt 3, we should do that. So stage 8? Or 12. Ooh, radiation's there too. That would help too. Oh. Radiation got me. Oh yeah. The other guy though, he's Fizz, so he can use balanced. I don't know what they're saying. I got radiation. That I'm radioactive. They're like, were you lucky? No, but I'm radioactive. Right? Why? Why are people still using Bubble Man? Okay, now I got it. So Courageous Heart would be good for the healing. I need Electrocute too. Electrocute too. Or is there another boosting one? Routine gets Fizz boost. Okay. Oh, now I got freaking picked up in here. That's annoying. I'm being pulled out. I got courageous heart. At least now I get a little bit of survivability. Ooh, I want 15 for strong fighter. Alright, I want 15 for strong fighter. Oh, I didn't push the skill. What the hell? I was interrupted. I couldn't see with all this shit going on. Oh, come on! I had to get picked up by the freaking tornado again. Oh, now I have right on target. Origin of Pain, yes. Rebuff farming. Did he get it or no? Oh, they got Healing Angel. Yeah, heavy buff is nice. Don't we need 15 for strong fighter? 15 has strong fighter. I don't know why they did stage 2. But sure, electrocute too. I got fortification. Oh, they want to farm the fizz buff. I got the fizz buff. Yeah, because it's better to spam what they can get. I mean, it'd be nice if I got electrocute too as well. Because then I can use it for more stats. Well, now I have electrocute. Did he get it? Oh, hi there. If you see me on Twitch. There we go. You actually sold 10 of them? Damn. I have all the buffs there. That's some scuffed RNG, man. Surely he'll get the physical boost 3. Because I have all of them. Alright, as soon as he gets physical boost, it's better to do 15 for the attack buff. Instead of Thrash. Because everyone can use that. Yeah, that's true. You can dodge spam. Oh, did they get it? If they got it, that's good. What are the other buffs in here? Because, like, the only thing else that's useful, the ones that give boosts based on the element or whatever. Yeah, they're melting a lot faster now. Alright. finally actually doing damage to them. I wonder what the resistance stat is this season. What do you mean wheelchair mound? What's this about a wheelchair mound? No, I have not seen leaks. Damn, this shit is like incredibly tanky this season. Maybe it's a new mount, maybe. Yeah, we don't have enough damage. Yeah, not enough damage there. Not enough. Basically, if we had two of them, maybe we would have enough damage. Anything else that we could get? Strong Fighter 2 is good. But like... Yeah, I wish I had Iron Man for the other thing. Or not Iron Man Heavy. That's Armor Collapse. That's for Frost. That's for Flame. Where's the one for the Volt and Fizz? Because, like, if we had that, I could do more damage. Bottom left has nothing. Oh, that's on stage 19. And Deadly Pursuit is on stage 16. But yeah. Wait, at least I skipped a significant amount. Stage 15 though has a buff I can use. But yeah. Just not enough DPS. I mean, it depends on how much they can support if they're gonna do 2 heal or whatever. Because, like, those buffs would be additive to stuff I already have. It'd be an increase, but not... I don't think it's gonna be enough of an increase. But we'll see. Oh, they're thinking of moving the tank around? Oh, they're telling me they're having them buff me. Okay. Oh yeah, because then if they use Fuel or whatever, they get the execute. They would get the execute. Which would help a little bit. But yeah. Oh, you spent all night finishing the exploration. Oh, nice.
Awaiting command.
Nice, nice, nice. Alright, they're gonna figure things out for their setup. Right, because like our issue isn't dying, it's doing enough damage. Alright, there we go. Might as well get our drugs up. Which gave me about 6% more damage for taking them in terms of stats. Alright, I'm just gonna be right back, one sec. I'm just gonna quickly use the washroom. Right, I did this a lot on the test server. It is very convenient. Because they ask you to like recharge and stuff when you're testing. This is just very convenient. You know?
Awaiting command.
Up on to the next room. Come on. Macaque. Okay, we're fighting Macaque. What kind of name is that?
Target eliminated.
I'll cut you in an instant.
Right. Right, because we know that's coming in the next patch, timers for them. I don't know why they didn't add timers 2 years ago. Right, they should have just put timers there 2 years ago. Not within budget. Guess not. Small indie devs. I mean, compared to other things on the market, they might as well be small indie devs. Right? Compared to other games on the market, you know what? They might as well be. Hi there, Jose. Welcome, welcome. Right. At least they're finally adding that stuff. Hour and it hasn't been decided. Alright.
Awaiting command.
Okay, I'm back. No, I showered before I went live. I'm good. Alright. They're like, let's wait, I'm like already back. Yeah. I guess so. Gotta get the Addie's buff. Right? The Addie's buff. Surely. I don't know Spanish. I don't. But yeah. Hi Flagger. Welcome, welcome. We're doing Origin of War right now. The Origin of War. Okay. Pokemon Pepto-Bismol version. Yeah. Pokemon Pepto, Pokemon Bismol. Yeah, this is Origin of War. Well, now I have Frost Boost. What do you mean Simulacra 24 Awakened? Who's Simulacra 24? We have Oceratodorm again. Alright, Origin of War 16 is Oceratodorm. The Lucy Oceratodorm. So many sound effects though. Ah, I see. Nice. You've upgraded your 24th one with condoms. Hi, Tara. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, this is an annoying combo because, like, these are bosses that love to run away. I'm doing fine. How are you doing? That's good. No, we're not gonna clear this. Okay, another Mario Tennis. Cool, but who cares? I'm guessing that was at the direct or something. The Mario Tennis or whatever. Because I don't watch those. Yeah, they're incredibly tanky. Yeah, we got further. It's just that these two are extremely annoying because they keep running away. Okay. Yeah, I never cared for their tennis game. Well, we got further, but not enough. Alright, at least I'm now on stage 15, I guess. That's cool. We at least got further than someone said. Someone else said we were gonna get stuck at 11, but we got to 14. Really? They have ultra scoped LOD they render until you're like 50 meters away. I did not know that. Pokemon Minecraft? What? You sure they're making a Minecraft clone? Or is it some other type of thing? Because like, what? I'm confused. Dragon Quest builders, people working on it. Ah, I see. Oh, so it's like that one. Okay. Well, that's something. Okay.
Target eliminated. Awaiting command.
I haven't seen any of the things there. Maybe we'll look at it when we get to reacts in a bit. I'm gonna finish getting my support points first.
Target eliminated.
Right? I gotta get my stuff from this. Okay. Why can't I click on my ult? That is so weird. My ult is right there. Yeah, I don't want to watch the direct. It was probably crap anyways. Right, I don't like watching them. The directs were interesting to watch like 15 years ago. You know, but like today, no. They might have been interesting like 15 years ago, but today they're just like, bruh. The fuck is this shit? Really? What did they have at the Mario Anniversary part? What was the Mario Anniversary? What did they do for the Mario Anniversary then? Because all you mentioned was they just made another Mario Tennis game. Which is just like, whatever. Like, their only like, main type platformer Mario game I liked was Mario Kart, and even then, it's kinda just... The Mario Kart world is ass. So, like... I don't know. A Mario movie? Okay. So they're re-releasing Mario Galaxy 1 and 2. How much are they asking for it? Because, like, I remember them becoming Nintendo Select titles eventually on the Wii, and they were like 20 bucks each. And then eventually on the Wii U, they sold it on the eShop for $20. So surely it'll be like $20 or something, right? Those games are almost 20 years old now. Surely. How much are they asking for it? Bruh. That was more expensive than when those games were brand new. And they were on the fucking Wii. That's way too much. Like, even when Sega released Sonic X Shadow Generations, they didn't charge full price for it either. And you got the entirety of Sonic Generations and Shadow Gens on top. They were asking like, what, it was like $40 or something US? Or something like that? I forget what they were asking. I ended up buying it off of a key site though. Because, cheaper. To not pay my local currency. When I got, Sonic X Shadow Gens. Yeah, they were asking like $50 or something. Not even full price. Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when your fucking customers are retarded. Like, bruh. Like, bro, that's way too much if they're gonna charge full price. Especially when, like, you know, 15 years ago they were selling it for $20. Right? Like, it's like, bro, what the fuck happened? I'm in the confounding abyss area? I'm just farming support points right now. I'm gonna go kill Hera. Alright, I'll see you there then. Wine. Bruh. What, they're just gonna sell the movie or something? Sell the movie separately or whatever? Is that what they're doing? Because you said only have to spend $30 on a movie. I don't watch the directs because they're like boring to watch and they're long. I'd rather not like waste, you know, an hour plus to go watch a bunch of stuff where like 99% of it I won't care for. I see. I mean, I haven't even watched the first Mario movie. I haven't even seen that. Not like I'm really rushing or anything to go and see the movie. Hey, but that's cool, I guess, that they're making another movie. But the other stuff, though, it's just... Yikes. Okay, what else here? Yeah, let's go kill Rudolph again. Oh, you said they're releasing Mario Galaxy, so then Mario Galaxy movie? Okay. That's just gonna be my guess or assumption then. Because you said they're doing the Mario Galaxy re-release. You know what's funny though? They basically didn't have to do any work to re-release Mario Galaxy at 1 and 2. You know why? Because they already had a 1080p port of Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 on ARM. They had one that was released in China like 10 years ago. on the Shield TV. If you didn't know, on the Chinese version of the Shield TV, they had versions of Mario Galaxy 1 and 2, Super Mario Brothers Wii, and then a couple other games that were on the Wii as like ports to the Tegra X1 chip, the Android version, for the Chinese variant of the NVIDIA Shield TV. Like, that was a thing like over 10 years ago. I think it was like 12 or 13 years ago or something. Like, it's been a thing. So they probably just took that port that they had like out of the vault, and they're just like, well, here you go. It's just the Wii game upscaled. Because like that's what they did with the Mario 3D All-Stars. They just recycled that thing that they already had. And they could have just redone the same thing again. Like, that's a fun little fact. If you didn't know. Yeah, and that means it's the same one as the thing that they sold in China. On the NVIDIA Shield TV. That's what it means too. It means it's the same thing from the Chinese NVIDIA Shield TV. Because, yeah. Like, what else would it be? So that means the Switch 1 would also get it. If that's the case, the Switch 1 should also get it. Because you said it's the same one from the 3D All-Stars. So the Switch 1 should also have it. Oh, now I have 91 of those. Of course. It's like, what even is... It's like, so the Switch 2 still got nothing. Got it. Okay. Oh, there's another one. I think after I kill it, I should be capped on support points. If not already capped on support points. Bruh. Yeah, who gives a fuck about the tennis though, man? It's just tennis but with Mario, whatever. Oh wow. Yeah, Metroid Prime 4, good for them, I guess.
Target eliminated.
Yeah, it should be support point cap now. Right? Or not? I'll just go kill a random magma, I guess. And then I'll double check. We'll see. Okay, another Hyrule Warriors. Not like I care. I never cared about the other Hyrule Warriors, but okay. That's cool for the people that like that, I guess. Right. Okay, it's like, and now you know why. It's like, well, not even know why. It's like, you see why, like, as an example of why I don't really care for the directs. It's like, imagine if I was just sitting there and I'd be just bored the entire time. Because it's like, I don't care to like everything. Okay. I never cared for the Dragon Quest games either, but... Okay. I think the only Dragon Quest game I ever played was the one where you have like... where you can control the monsters or whatever. It was like a game on the DS or whatever it was. That was like the only Dragon Quest game I ever played. Hi Kumaki. Welcome, welcome. You missed the Snowbreak React thing and Origin of War molding. You missed it. Okay, surely I'm support point capped now. Yes, I am. Cool. I kept my support points. Nice, nice, nice. Now to go to my AFK spot. You missed a bunch of sus ASMR from that. A bunch of swimsuits and stuff as well. Swimsuits galore. Lots of swimsuits and a lot of the clouds. Yeah, a lot of clouds. The sensor clouds, which in some cases made it look even looter than it was because of yeah. Alright, let's go see what the reacts are now, because we're done with everything else. Right, react time. Poketopia. Virtual price. What? Why? Like, I'm sorry, why is this a thing? It's cardboard. I'm sorry. It's just... It's fucking cardboard. Bruh. It's fucking cardboard. They want you to pay $25 for a piece of cardboard. Why? For a piece of cardboard. That's so stupid. Okay, wait, what the hell is this? Without cosplay Pikachu and spiky-eared Pichu? Yeah, okay, so we got Pichu, yeah. Oh, they got 2 megas. This one looks a bit weird. I'm gonna guess this is an X and this one's the Y. The Y one looks kind of weird. And the X one, they gave it 2 tails and made its ears bigger. Okay, Dragon Quest VII reimagined. Okay. Yeah, over-designed, for sure. Oh. Are they bringing back the slime controller? Oh my no, that's a plush, never mind. I thought they were gonna make a new slime controller. But this is just a plush. What happened to the classic Dragon Quest slime controller they used to make? They used to make like a Dragon Quest slime controller for everything. Where's that? And that's their collector's edition. Okay. That's cool, I guess. Not really into Dragon Quest, but for people who like Dragon Quest, good for them. Well, how much are they gonna ask for it? And of course it has the Nuvo. Of course it does. I mean, it does look nice, I guess. But I just don't really care. For people who like it, good for them, I guess. Okay, render for Mega Raichu Y, Mega Raichu X render. Okay. Okay, Mega Greninja. So it was like the leak. Greninja just upside down. Dilfox is a witch on a broomstick. Chestnut got bigger and got these shield thingies on it. Okay. Oh, here, it's already here. I was already sent the Pokepia thing. Okay, we'll look at it after. The game isn't even out. They want you to pay another $40? Bruh. It's not even out yet and they want you to pay another $40 for DLC. And since they didn't call it an expansion pass, that means, like, it's already gonna be in the base game. You just can't access it. From day one. Bruh. Where's the R? Bruh. And the game isn't even out yet. It's not even out and they want you to pay even more. What the hell is this birthday book? Wait, so because there's DLC, does that mean there's a new trailer or something? I guess you might as well look at the trailer. We'll look at that after. Okay, we can look at it now. Oh, here, the trailer's right there. Okay. The Switch 2 version. Yep. It's ridiculous, man. Okay, so I guess they're gonna show the new megas now? Okay. Oh, they didn't put the other one in there, so I guess we have to see this one too. Okay, so they got Hoopa here. I guess that's for the Raichus. So if you want the Raichu, you have to get the DLC. Okay. I guess there's that. Here's the Pokopia. Alright, we might as well knock it out because it's right there. Ditto the transform Pokemon, okay. And there's a Pokedex. Okay. How's with those floppy arms?
This land is just waiting to be shaped by a Ditto that looks like a human. And what's that in the grass? Oh, that's Bulbasaur, a grass-type Pokemon. What's this? Looks like Ditto's got an idea.
Okay. It's... Sure, learn Leafage.
By learning this move, you can make grass grow. Squirtle's water gun will keep it all healthy. As nature flourishes, so do the Pokemon.
Okay.
Collect rocks and wood to build with.
I feel like this is probably just gonna be like one of those farming sim games.
Grow delicious crops.
Like that was said earlier.
Build homes for the Pokemon you meet.
I don't see the Minecraft, I just see generic farming sim game. I don't exactly see Minecraft here, just generic farming sim. I don't know how you see Minecraft here. This looks just like generic farming sim game, but with Pokemon now. Closer to Dragon Quest Builders, there you go. Yeah, so what? They got a blocky world end?
Go with your
own same dev, so it's just gonna be Dragon Quest Builders. It's not Pal World though.
And you'll have a wonderful space before you know it.
That is not like Pal World. Yeah, no, this is just generic farming sim builder stuff.
Pokemon Pokopia.
Oh wow, you can destroy some of the terrain and that's it. That's not like Pal World. That's more like, it's just a farming sim but with Pokemon in it. Okay. Well. There we go. Alright, the other reacts here. People are dying over internet censorship now. The hell's this birthday book?
Hello, guys and gals, me Mutahar, and you know, continuing on the trend of this being one of the most wild, few days ever, I uploaded a video yesterday where I talked about aliens, and you know, it was a video that I recorded early in the day, had no idea about the actual situations that went down later, and then of course, by the time I was reading the comments to that video later, it felt like the comment section for an entirely different video. Yesterday in the U.S., there was a whole assassination that happened. One of the most prominent conservative voices got completely assassinated. Really insane stuff to see. Obviously, it's not the focal point of even today's video, but I'm just somebody that condemns any form of violence. So, you know, I felt like there were some people in the comments to yesterday's video were like, "Man, you're a little insensitive. This happened." And I'm like, listen, I recorded things really early, didn't know what happened later in the day. So yeah, obviously I condemn any form of violence. Simple as that. If you thought for a second, oh man, that Muda guy on the internet, bet he just loves watching people like get killed for whatever they say. You obviously don't know me as a person. And there was like one person who's like, I watched you for 10 years. Unsub. Look, I'm glad YouTube has this feature where you can pull up like a profile. The last profile was made like 6 months ago. Okay, bro. I get it now. Simple as that. But ladies and gentlemen, times be a little tough these days. And one of the focal points of today's video that I want to touch upon is the censorship of the internet and why it just doesn't fucking work, okay? So the last few days has been kind of aggravating for me to see. Now, of course, aliens for me are a fun topic, but internet censorship is something that I think is never gonna stop, okay? The government will never try to stop censoring our free speech, okay? Now, and that means every government, by the way. So back in the day, back when the internet was made, you know, I feel like a bunch of nerds were like, oh, let's send internet packets throughout the world. Let's send messages. And that day, Pandora's box opened, okay? Once human beings figured out, hey, we can just send each other messages, we can send data to each other at lightning, at the speed of light, basically. And, you know, that point, we were like, okay, you know, we invented one of the greatest things that humanity has ever had, the internet, the ability for all human beings around the world to come together and share information at a pace never once thought before, okay? Back before the internet, you know, we used to be sending each other fucking telegrams, smoke signals, calling each other, okay? Sending the motherfucking Pony Express across the goddamn, like, land, okay? Sending ships across the ocean. We still do that. But now we have the ability to write an email, okay, all the way from the middle of goddamn Nepal to goddamn Canada, and people can share within seconds. That is a beautiful invention.
Yeah.
Now, the reason I brought up Nepal was literally about a week ago, their government decided to block all forms of social media, okay? So on September 4th, 2025, the Nepali government said that it's blocking basically most social media platforms. So sites like Facebook, sites like X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it, YouTube, basically any website that's prominent enough that people in their, you know, country use, were sent like notices, right? And notices basically, listen, pal, okay? Unless you open up an office in our country and, you know, you follow our rules, we're blocking you. So this is where it gets kind of scary. You might be like, what's the big deal, Muda, okay? So to give you an idea, right? Like if a country comes up to you and says, open up an office in our country, basically you got to hire somebody that's willing to be, willing to die on the sword for you if you don't follow every single rule in the country. And the reason why countries do this is so that you are forced to follow their laws. Now, there's a lot of countries in the world, I think countries like India, for instance, where if they want something banned off social media, they can just usually go to the office in their country and pressure the social media service from there. And even if these services like to be free speech, ultimately on a court order or because the government presses them hard enough and steps into their meal ticket, that's when speech starts getting banned. Now, obviously, Nepal and India have some pretty big differences between each other, okay? India is a pretty huge country. Nepal is a modest country, okay? I don't want to say that they're small or anything, but they don't have that fucking pull. They don't have that clout. They don't got that clout like some of the other big countries do, okay? When the UK starts pushing their clout onto the world, it's fucking annoying because you can't ignore it. But for a country like Nepal, every single one of these social media services was given that order, and they were just like, oh, thanks for the toilet paper, pal. Let me wipe my ass. So obviously the Nepalis were like, okay, we'll go to our internet service provider. We'll tell them, all right, you got to block access to YouTube. Everyone that didn't agree with us. And of course, that's when shit hit the fan. So basically, a lot of people in their government was even criticizing the bills, right? Which weren't even debated at the time in their parliament. And they were like, listen, I think you just want the internet banned or the internet censored because you want to censor things and you want to punish your opponents who are fighting the established politicians in the country, which is usually the fucking case.
Yeah, that's probably what's the case.
As you can imagine, internet censorship. It's usually done for reasons where the government wants you to not talk about something that is sensitive. And obviously, this moment in time, people in Nepal started getting really mad. They were like, listen, we're Gen Z. We're fucking pissed. They went out rioting on the motherfucking streets. Yeah. These riots got pretty goddamn violent. 19 people clashed with the police.
Damn, yeah, wait. This is the article you guys sent me the other day.
Instead of unbanning social media services, the law enforcement of Nepal started fighting back with live ammunition against their
God
protesters.
damn.
People that just wanted to have access to the internet so they can browse
Live
and talk to
ammunition.
people freely, consume the information and news about the world without their government preventing them from having fucking basic access to information. Which, might I remind you, we as human beings don't get along on a lot of things, but at least we get along when it comes to detailing human rights. The right to privacy, the right to free expression, the right to these basic freedoms is something that, you know, if you live where I live in North America, people take this shit for granted all the time.
Yep.
And I have to constantly remind people that there are parts of the world where, you know, politicians never change, okay? It's always like the same motherfucker running the country for 30 fucking years. And even though they got elections in that country, it's so hard to get these despots overthrown because they control every single means of propaganda. It's so difficult to educate people. It's so difficult to spread real information. If you're somebody that's an actual marginalized, like, you know, person, not somebody that's pretending to be super marginalized for brownie points, you are actually in danger in parts of the world, right? Even as developed as countries can be, there are still people that face serious discrimination and struggles, and the internet is their last bastion of freedom. And that gets fucking taken away. Like, I don't want to get into, like, you know, just Canada, for instance, but what's wild is, like, even in Canada, we still have some level of fucking censorship. So, for instance, if you go to Facebook and just look at CBC News, this is one of Canada's largest news organizations. You might be like, whoa, why the fuck aren't they posting, Muda? They got 3 million followers. Dog, if I hit F5, that is absolutely not a bug. Because of Canada's, like, online news act, Facebook has just decided, yeah, we're going to get rid of all form of news commentary because I guess they weren't paying up their fair share or whatever. But to me, anytime I see this, I kind of look at it as sort of a soft censorship. You know, it's crazy to think that being in Canada, you should have access to free and open information. But because laws exist, they basically prevent some of the most popular social media services like Facebook, like Google, or whatever, to give us the information that, honestly, at the end of the day, we just fucking crave. So here it is. I refreshed the page. I've got myself connected to the...
You have to VPN.
Unis, okay? gotta rep my
That's so
French a
fucked up
little bit
is you
here.
gotta VPN out.
The Americans can see what the fuck is happening in Canada, except the fucking Canadians. The Canadians are unable to see what's going on in their own country through their own news service, simply because they're hosting it on a fucking, like, internet forum, internet-like page that belongs to the US. It's just insane how overly regulated the internet's gotten. And unfortunately, as much as I dislike it, and millions of people
live in a clown world.
We just can't say anything about it.
We live in a clown world.
You can make a million petitions, but you will not win, okay? They will not accept it. They might acknowledge that you want things to change, but they will not change things. But it doesn't stop over there. One of the people, the protesters, Nimi Sherpa, who is 19 years old, by the way, an actual child at this point, and I'm saying child because I'm like in my 30s now, okay? To me, like, somebody who's not even 20 is like a fucking baby to me, all right? They don't have harsh feelings towards the cops of this situation. They were doing their duties by following orders, which, again, shooting a 19-year-old, Jesus Christ. But I am angry and enraged to the ones who gave those orders. Now that the fire has already started, I believe it must continue until we achieve true freedom. And it is true, right? Like, a lot of these governments are trying to wrestle and control the power that they have by controlling the flow of information and communication that people genuinely have. And look, I'm not here to talk about this in the most doomy, gloomy way imaginable. There are ways, if you live in countries like this, to fight back and get some of your freedoms, okay?
Yeah.
I really think we're at a time where the ability to achieve real internet anonymity is so important. Because every country, and I brought up India, Canada, and a lot of these countries as examples because every country is really pushing for their own form of censorship, right? Even countries as free as the United States have talked about banning services like TikTok, have mulled with that idea. And I'm not okay with it. While I don't like TikTok and I don't like TMU, I think that if you live in a place where the internet is supposed to be free, or, you know, free expression is a virtue that we hold near and dear to us.
Wait, it actually same shit there? That's ridiculous, man.
A lot of these TikTok bans happen.
It's fucked up.
Because, you know, TikTok
it's like, oh, you can't even look up your own news.
Because for a long time, the United States is a absolute leader in the tech industry, right? So all the social media services are in the United States. They have the ability to effectively control the algorithms that the rest of the world sees. And that's not okay in many ways. You could probably extrapolate that and think, yeah, you could rig elections. You could do something fucked up by manipulating the algorithm of certain countries, which is a real issue that, politicians have brought up.
Yep.
But the one time that TikTok, a company from China, came up and launched their service internationally, because this service started to become as big as many of those US social media services, for that moment, America was like, yeah, maybe it's okay if we do it, but let's start banning all the other people that achieve similar gains in this industry. You can sort of see that it's not about protecting you, it's about protecting
them.
the people at the top and that level of control that the government actually has kind of become pretty grown to. And I don't care what the government wants, I just care about you, the person. I just care about us and our freedoms as we live day to day. So for a lot of you people out there, right, I always shill Tor, and I don't shill it for no reason. I've been browsing the dank web for a long time.
Yeah.
And if you look at this graph, you can see that relays have slowly increased as time has gone on. Bridges to those relays have grown, maybe stagnated and dropped, but serve as great ways for people to access Tor. Now, the reason why I talk about Tor so much is not necessarily for you to access the Onion services, but for you to access the internet in a way that anonymizes you from the governments that, hold you hostage. So, for instance, if I was Canadian and I couldn't access the news agencies through Facebook, God forbid, I can always go to Facebook's Onion link using Tor and bypass all the government censorship. Not saying that I would even use Facebook, but you get the idea. You can use it for pretty much any website out there. Now, obviously, I think for governments who are already looking at VPNs in a shitty manner, I think the next stage is trying to probably block Tor, which Tor has been blocked in certain countries. And it's one of the reasons why they will teach you how to set up relays and bridges. And it's really not difficult for you to set up an exit relay. You can follow all of these commands, and if you have some internet expertise, you can use any of these operating systems to install a program known as Unbound, which allows you to contribute to the actual relay. Now, I don't recommend you do this simply because, again, Tor consists of not just anonymized content, but also illegal content. There's many places where I think legally it is not allowed for you to host Tor relays. And again, consult with your lawyer before you try any of this shit. But even when it comes to messages, services like Signal, which I use on a daily basis to communicate with my friends, not just because it's privacy focused, but just because we needed something cross-platform. Using Signal, you can actually utilize something known as the Signal TLS proxy, and setting it up is really simple. Install Docker, which you can do on any of the major operating systems, clone the repository simply by going to, again, their code here, hitting the code, copying that to clipboard, and then just doing git clone, and then of course entering that in. I've already cloned it. And of course, then you can just direct yourself to that by going cd, which is a signal, or sorry, change directory. And then of course, following their commands, you can init certificate, as long as you have a host name, provided something valid, and then just run this command, and you will provide the world with its own TLS proxy. So for any user that's
I've seen that.
Signal is banned,
I've seen people talk about that, like people that are like foreigners that will just blow it up. They can't speak Japanese or whatever. I've seen that.
Now, of course, internet censorship
crazy people out there, man.
Escalated just a few days ago. There was leaked files that came out that a Chinese company known as Gigi Networks was selling one of their flagship products, Tianzhu Secure Gateway, to other parts of the world. Where it's the Chinese Great Firewall, which is designed to keep us out from talking to our Chinese friends in their country and vice versa. And they're selling this to other countries for the express purposes of internet censorship and controlling their populations, which is wrong. It shouldn't be happening, and this shit should be sanctioned no matter where you go. And that's why I talked about Tor, and I talked about Signal, and I talked about VPNs, because ultimately you can't ban the internet. You can't ban these services. You're not able to do it. You can make things difficult, and eventually the goal is to make it so difficult for people that accessing free information is going to be more of a nuisance, maybe a legal nuisance. But I want people, no matter how technically illiterate you are, to install Tor browser on your Android phone before Google considers it to be unsafe at some point down the road, or just figure out how to access Tor to begin with. Go download the browser.
Yep.
Browse the internet freely as it used to be. Download applications like Signal, which allow you to have some level of actual protection for your communications. Use decentralized social media services. If you feel that X or like Facebook or a lot of these services are catering too much to governments because they have to, utilizing decentralized social media services like Dread allow you to communicate with people where you do not have to necessarily deal with the internet censorship. You can get access to information even if the government considers that to be too dangerous. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to talk about this because to me, this shit is really important, okay? This is what I'm most passionate about, okay? And it's not because, oh, Moody, you have something to hide, or let the government have access to all your information. No, it's more that I care about the freedom of the internet being preserved, okay? Look, I grew up using, when I was growing up as a kid, going to the internet and typing in any fucking address.com was a thing. You could go to these websites, you could do whatever the fuck you wanted, you could get access to all kinds of information, even if that information was wrong, even if that information was, you know, too controversial, whatever. You still had the freedom to access that information. You still had the free choice to go there. I think in the next 10 years, given how, you know, a lot of these companies are kind of fucking around with our operating systems and computers and everything, they're going to a point where installing an application that's not on a whitelist, kids 20 years from now might have to look at operating systems and ask the question. It's like you used to be able to install apps whenever you wanted without it being on a government approved list or a tech approved list. Oh, you could access any website you wanted without like the government jumping into the browser or like the IP or ISP layer and like completely disabling information. These are things that if you don't fight back now, if you don't figure out how to bypass the government's censorship or tech censorship in general, then you will lose access to a free part of the internet. The internet will become a segregated place where people are
it's already partially that.
The technology that we once used to connect human beings together for, you know, whatever it was worth, into a situation where humans are now once again segregated, and really the people at the top control exactly.
Yeah, everything will be controlled. It's fucked up. Okay, I'm gonna quickly do VA6 first. And then we'll continue. Alright, I have like almost 300k attack. That's crazy. Oh, wait. I forgot to assign my old buffs. Now I have 313k attack. Okay, cool. And I have 140k on my ult. I guess, yeah, Fiona attack buff does not show up there. Alright. Come on. Almost done. There we go. Soloed VA6. Nice. Got another useless matrix that I don't need, but here. Plus 200 Dark Crystal. Got it done solo. Easy. Now I don't have to worry about Void Abyss for another month. Because I got it done solo. Right? But yeah, it's a bit of a pain because of radiation there. But I got it done with. So we're done with that. Okay, let's do the next react then. Let me just swap off my smart servant. Where is Leia? For my ult. Okay. Where's ToF Mini? Alright, so the next one is this one. They just released the Epstein birthday book.
Hello,
Okay,
guys
what
and
happened here?
gals, me, Mutahar, and boy, Muta, I thought you said you weren't going to talk about the Epstein stuff unless something wilder came out. Well,
Okay.
it turns out, yes, a lot more
What
wilder
happened?
stuff came out, ladies and gentlemen. Here's our boy dressed up like an actual home robber, but there's more context to this. Where
Okay.
did I get this image from, you might be wondering? Well, in the last day, out of nowhere, the estate of Jeffrey Epstein released a 50th birthday collage that was made to honor this, convicted sex trafficker right here.
Okay.
Now, there's a lot of quotes from interesting parties here, but I kind of want to go into this because, again, it just gets wilder. I feel like this is the one thing where people are genuinely pressing the U.S. government about right now for transparency, as they rightfully should. And it's one of the only times where I feel like people are kind of getting close to some semblance of justice, especially against a group of elites that are willing to harm the most, marginalized in our society, right? Children, women, men, people who are trafficked to begin with. Now, obviously, I've made several videos on this, but this is actually insane. So to give you an idea of why we're kind of talking about this, well, I want to say like about a month ago, there was an actual post by the Wall Street Journal. There was apparently letters that a lot of Epstein's friends wrote to him on a 50th birthday album. Now, I wasn't going to talk about this because ultimately it's just like one article and a quote. And at the time, even the president was like, it's not me. This is a fake thing. It's a fake Wall Street Journal story. It's fake news. All of it's fake news. It's fake news. So obviously the reason I'm talking about it today is because it's not fake news, ladies and gentlemen. Inside this comes a letter that people can now read that is actually provided by the House Oversight Committee. So if you want to read this for yourself, which again, I highly recommend you go out of your way to search for, you can go to the House Oversight Committee and read this. So right here, published September 8th, 2025, the House Oversight Committee released again more documentation based on a actual subpoena. So they released records provided by the estate of Epstein pursuant to James Comer's, Republican from Kentucky, subpoena issued on August 25th, 2025. So it's appalling Democrats on the Oversight Committee are cherry-picking documents, and I actually do agree. There should be no cherry-picking. There really aren't any sides. I don't care about left, right. I always have reminded you watching that this is literally just the elite at the top. Generally, I look at any politician, anybody that is at the top, to be kind of in bed with each other. Okay, it really doesn't matter what their values are or what they claim their values are. Usually the ones at the top who are so scared of this come from all angles. And I'm one of those people where even though that obviously everyone has a specific side, I want to watch all the bad people burn, right? Simple as that. So how Oversight Committee Republicans are focused on running a thorough investigation to bring transparency and accountability for survivors of Epstein's heinous crimes and the American people. Trump is not accused of any wrongdoing, and Democrats are ignoring the new info that the committee received today. So they provided the actual documentation right here. So they also obtained information about the bank accounts, and the committee will pursue these bank records. So again, it seems like, I don't want to be too hopeful, but goddamn, it seems like maybe something's happening. So anyways, this book, this quote that Trump said, it's fake news, all of it's fake news. It came out that, this is the image right here from the book. Now it's got the sort of shape of a human body.
there.
I don't know if it's like it's clearly missing arms, okay? But they've drawn, of course, the moobs or the boobs or whatever the fuck is going on. Voiceover. There must be more to life than having everything.
Okay.
Donald. Yes, there is, but I won't tell you what it is. Jeffrey. Nor will I, since I also know what it is. Donald. We have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Which is not the kind of things you want to be saying when somebody has been verifiably convicted of trafficking children.
Okay.
Jeffrey, yes we do, come to think of it. Donald, enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? Jeffrey, as a matter of fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw you. And
What?
Donald goes, a pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday. And may every day be another wonderful secret. Donald J. Trump. And of course, people have been questioning if this is his signature, which I have as well too, but a signature is a signature. It's not always like perfect. But the thing is, the House Oversight Committee released this. They released this information from a 50th year, Epstein's 50th year birthday book, which is just weird to have read all these things. Again, I don't understand why may every day be another wonderful secret. I don't understand why, if you're clearly friends with somebody at the time of this publication, why? What is the secret here? Now again, to go back to the first image from this book I showed you, obviously there is a lot. In fact, there is 238 pages.
Okay.
Now when you look up the information that is provided here by the House Oversight Committee, there's actually several documentations. So for instance, you've got request number 1, which is the book. You've got request number 2, 4, and 8. So to give you a quick idea of what request number 2 is, this is the last will and testament of Jeffrey Epstein, so if you want to read through this, you absolutely can. Request number 4 is a non-prosecution agreement. It appears that the City of Palm Beach Police Department and the State Attorney's Office have conducted an investigation into the conduct of Jeffrey Epstein. It appearing that the State Attorney Office has charged Epstein by indictment with solicitation of prostitution. This is like the original kind of arrest. Around the time when I was telling you guys about the cushiony deal that he got with his stay, he did not stay like a regular prisoner back in Palm Beach. He got elevated privileges that honestly, given the offense that he had, shouldn't have been possible. But again, when you're rich and powerful, you can get away with doing things that the average Andy probably won't ever get to do. So again, to go to the final request over here, this is Exhibit 10, Part 2, which obviously is reminiscent of the Little Black Book. In the page Friends, where this image came out of, finally, at the home of our friend, let's call him Mr. Brown, Jeffrey unveiled his plan. To some it may seem like a get-rich-quick scheme, but to me it was pure genius. Rob and kill was the name of the plan. The first victim, that's redacted, to be attacked and brutally plundered. On the boardwalk in Venice Beach, broad daylight, the dastardly thieves were never caught. It's just crazy to me to see what billionaires get up to doing. This is just... Bro, just go home and jerk off and play some fucking Final Fantasy VII, dude. What is this shit? Now, of course, obviously, one of the creepiest images that I'm sure some of you guys have seen floating around is actually right here. So, in part of this book, in part of his 50th birthday, there's a lot of animal penises. There's a lot of sexual encounters that obviously I'm blocking out. But to give you an idea, there's a lot of animal mating that's happening. I don't know why he has images of zebras and lions getting fucked in the ass. But he does.
Yeah.
So, of course, to go down to one of the creepiest images that I saw was right here. So, for instance, this guy is giving out, balloons and shit to these 3 little girls in 1983. And of course, in 2003, those girls have now aged enough, it seems, or whatever the fuck is going on.
Okay.
At least that's what it kind of seems. And he's getting like foot massages, chest massages, neck rubs. So I don't know what's going on near his groin area, but surely given what we know about the guy, it can't entirely be legal. I don't know why this man would include, why this image would be thrown in. Like, again, the only implication that I'm getting is not a good one, okay? Especially knowing the context of who this guy is.
Yeah, it's definitely not something we want to see.
Of like former girlfriends,
definitely not.
Women in general. It's weird. Now,
very
I
weird.
Just be the only person that puts Trump into the fucking like limelight, okay? I want to say that there's other people. Bill Clinton, for instance, is also in this book. And he writes something that is a little bit illegible to read. But again, you know, the actual thing that, you know, Bill Clinton wrote was this. It's reassuring, isn't it, to have lasted so long, across all the years of learning and knowing adventures, and still have your childlike curiosity, the drive to make a difference in the solace of friends. Again, given what we know about Bill Clinton even, it's just fucking weird, okay? Simple as that. You know, and to be honest with you, I feel like a lot of older people, a lot of people at the top, just have this weird connection to children, like that. I guess at least is like somebody looking at this from the sideshow. You know, somebody that's like looking at this outside of being an American, just looks at things as what they are. It's just a weird, weird world to be in. I mean, we live in a weird scenario where these kind of things are being released to the public. I mean, obviously I'm not against this being released to the public because it's transparency. It's something that's out there. And there's, you know, much as I would sit here and probably say like, you know, at this point, disclosure has taken so long that who knows, maybe things can be planted in this, maybe things can't be. But I like to at least believe, and maybe it's childlike naivete, okay, that because this is released underneath an oversight committee, that both these parties are at least ensuring that these are untampered documents. The fact that this has come out now because of a subpoena, and a lot of the things that, you know, Donald Trump even said was fake news, didn't at least appear to be fake news. In fact, even other politicians around here write things like, those Dems don't care about Epstein. They don't even care about his victims. They were silent about it for years, which is, I would say, pretty true. You know, there was a lot of chances that both of these sides had an opportunity to release this information and really give justice to these victims, who some of them are still fearing for their fucking life. They're still fearing for what could happen. Because if you cross somebody powerful, if you cross somebody with billions of dollars, okay, it's not outlandish to think they have the money to make you truly just disappear, okay? No police is going to look into you. You're gone. If you can absolutely topple the fabric of power that these people have, they will try to fucking shut you down. So the only thing they care about is concocting another fake scandal like Russiagate to smear President Trump with lies. No one is falling for this bullshit. Which is true. I don't think anybody should fall for any bullshit, which is why transparency and release of this documentation is good. Now, I get that he's like the VP and you kind of have to be with your boy at that moment in time. But, you know, from everything I read about like a guy like J.D. Vance, it seems like he grew up pretty poor. He's a guy that went to the Marine Corps. It really is a rags to riches kind of story, right? Like he went from, you know, fucking hanging out with Meemaw and Peepaw all the way to being the VP of one of the biggest countries, one of the most powerful nations on the planet. I mean, that is no small thing. I genuinely do think at a core, there is probably some conviction of this guy that, you know, exists, right? But to see the fact that, like, he's still defending it, like, bro, this is not going to help your chances in the future for becoming president of the United States, which is, from my understanding, the goal of being the VP to begin with. And the other thing is, look, if we really care about justice, especially justice towards children, it's time to really think critically about this, okay? Look, I don't care what side you're on. I just think that a government should not be run or should have any traces of people that have harmed children, okay? And that's just good. That's not even like a hot take. That's just like everyone in the world should, in theory, be able to come together and agree on that one salient fact. You know, I feel like times have changed since like 2016 when all of this shit began. Before that, I feel like most of the world was kind of boring in regards to this stuff, but we're just on this everlasting roller coaster where inertia just continues to keep going and the outlandish absurdity of life just keeps evolving. You know, it's funny, you play like video games like Grand Theft Auto and you look at a parody version of the United States. And now, for me,
the
I'm not
parody
just
version
excited to
slowly
play GTA
becoming more
6
real
because
than
of
the real
gameplay. I'm just
version.
excited to see how you parody a world that is a parody
No,
of
this is
itself.
not Warp Server.
It's fucking insanity. And of course, people still try to both sides of this.
Warp
Like,
Server is
guys
under
like Clinton,
NDA.
guys like Trump, guys like
I don't know
guys
if we're
like
gonna
any of these people, okay?
get it
Any
on
of
Go
these
below.
individuals, I always question.
Maybe we
And
gotta
when
wait for
people are in
TGS
the
to find
fucking
out.
birthday book, and some of them, despite claiming fake news, just makes me think more and more. And he calls it a dead issue. And in fact, the press secretary, who might as well be equivalent to like the North Korean, like they have the anchor woman in North Korea that just like fucking spouts all the shit for dear leader. You know, she's like, as I've said all along, it's very clear Donald Trump did not draw this picture, and he did not sign it. Trump's legal team will continue to aggressively pursue litigation. We live in fucking clown world, man. God damn. And again, people will say, oh, you're just deranged on the guy. I mean, like, listen, call a man deranged. But at this point, I like to at least tell my audience to think fucking critically, okay? Look,
Exactly.
I've covered a lot of horrific shit on my channel. I've covered a lot of horrific stuff. So this is not out of my wheelhouse. Me commenting on this is not out of my wheelhouse. It's a genuine interest to me to at least see that disgusting underbelly of the world. And because I see it, I genuinely like to help and tell people to think critically about what they see. Look, what's in this 50-page book is not some crazy bombshell right off the bat, okay? It's just, again, another piece of this ever-evolving story. But what's crazy about it is something that a month ago was considered to be just fake news, a lie, now appears to be not so much fake news. And in fact, looking deeper into this, there's even more of a, there's more of a view on the troubled psyche of a guy like Epstein to have some of the craziest shit in his 50th birthday. So usually people on their 50th birthday will reflect on reaching, like a significant milestone in their life. But this version of reflecting is oftentimes more creepy. And I've read through the 200 plus pages of this documentation. And there were parts where, again, what I showed you was stuff that personally stuck out to me. But there's a lot more in this that, when you look at the context of everything that
at least I got my
it all
multiverse
starts to
hunt
kind
on
of
my main
make
done.
sense. And look, I'm not saying that
There's my
every
multiverse
single
hunt for
person
the
that
week.
is, like inside this book was the best friend of somebody like Epstein. But to me, when
I
I
have
said
no
story
idea. We'll
changed
find out
so
whenever.
so much. All I can do is
Mr.
flesh
Cake will
and
probably
reason.
tell us
Simple
when
as that.
the
That's all
NDA
anybody
is
can
up.
do.
Or
A lot of
whatever.
people can gaslight me into being like Alex Jones and like trying
Otherwise,
to fucking,
who knows?
trying to be deranged about something, but I don't really feel deranged. And I think more and more people, the more and more they look into it, because the information's all out there. I've shown you, you can go to the House Oversight Committee, you can read this documentation for yourself. Everything I've shown you is fresh from the Oversight Committee, okay? So you can verify all of this stuff for yourself. But in verification of it, I really hope that, some people start to question their government a little bit more. If this was any other government that wasn't the United States, people would probably never have the chance to talk about it. But you guys live in a country where the freedom of speech is paramount. And you have the freedom to criticize your leaders and hold them accountable. And I think realistically, you should hold everyone, whether they be a loony leftist or a fucking, a rambunctious rightoid. You should be fucking putting everyone accountable for it, okay? The people that lead you should be people that don't have any connection to sick fucks like this, in the slightest. But we don't live in that world, so at least try to keep it accountable. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Mutahar, and if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Just like it, dislike it, I am out.
And there you have it. That was definitely something, man. They got the birthday book. Okay. Oh, what else are we missing then from our reacts? What else do we need to do? What are people talking about? World, general chat. Fishing is not tedious anymore. You can fuse it with the shrink ability to let Momo harvest the fish for you. Okay. That's cool, I guess. Alright, back here though. Anything else interesting for reacts? Really? If you do Original Warfare 28 in less than 50 seconds, you get 21 100% in 550 minutes. That's an interesting bug. What the hell? That is quite the bug. Alright, let's see this one.
Pinsir should have been the best bug-type Pokemon in Generation 1.
Okay.
Instead, it gets outclassed by even Pokemon like Butterfree because of its absolutely terrible moveset. Which is a shame because this Pokemon ranks 17th in terms of base stats out of all Gen 1 Pokemon with a base stat total of 430. That's putting it up there with some of the best Pokemon.
Oh, damn. Right, because special defense and special attack were one stat in Gen 1. It was just the special stat. So the highest for everything being even would be 500. Yeah, that is crazy. Right, like Mew was like 500 in Gen 1. So that is on the high end.
In the game, and it has that massive 125 base attack to go with 100 base defense and a pretty serviceable 85 base speed, giving it a 16.6% critical hit chance. The problems are that it's in the slow level up group, it has terrible special in HP for a Pokemon with stats like this, and it doesn't learn a single bug type move. In fact, the only move that it learns that can hit ghosts normally is Seismic Toss. That means that even Butterfree, which only has a 305 base stat total, completely outclasses this Pokemon in a solo challenge. Butterfree gets to use Sleep Powder, gets to use Psychic type moves, gets at least some coverage with things like Mega Drain, allowing it to actually beat the game on minimum battles, whereas a Pinsir can't even beat Brock on minimum battles. In fact, I was trying to do a test with this Pokemon the other day on my ultra minimum battles setting, since it is technically the strongest bug type, only to find that it basically couldn't get through anything after Brock on minimum battles without hundreds of resets. But today I'm going to try to fix that. I'm going to fix Pinsir by actually giving it a bug type move. And the simplest move that I could think of to just port to this generation in order to give it a move that it legitimately had at least sometime in the series was Hidden Power Bug. Introduced in Gen 2, Hidden Power of course can have different typings based on the Pokemon's DVs with a maximum base power of 70, and it's also 100% accurate. And Hidden Power Bug kind of splits the difference between modern moves that Pinsir can learn in Bug Bite and X Scissor, so I thought it was a pretty reasonable move to just test out and see how good it would be on our Pinsir. So I have added Hidden Power Bug to the moveset of this Pokemon together with Vice Grip. We're just gonna see how good this Pokemon would have been if it actually got a strong bug type move. This could dramatically change the results from what I was looking at previously, because we now have a super effective move for Misty's Starmie, for all of Sabrina's team, for all of Koga's team. Even some of Giovanni's Pokemon will be weak to this. And then once we get to the league, it's going to help us out against Agatha, against Lorelei's psychic types, and of course against the champions Alakazam. So this could be a massive upgrade, but how good is it really, and does it allow Pinsir to actually beat the game on minimum battles? Let's get into it and find out. So as we step outside of Pallet Town, Professor Oak is going to find a Pinsir that is clearly wandered over from Johto, and he's going to task us with doing a little bit of research on this one, because Pinsir with Hidden Power Bug could actually turn out to be a much better Pokemon than it ever was in the Gen 1 games. But we're not going to know until we test this one out, so we're coming in with the legendary Bugsir that is starting with Vice Grip and Hidden Power Bug. That is a 70 power Hidden Power Bug, the strongest that it could be in the Gen 2 games, and we're just going to see if that makes a difference here in Gen 1. Starting off with rival number 1, we're just going to go Hidden Power Bug, and we can see this is a 2-hit KO on the Eevee. I'm not sure that actually made that much difference. Vice Grip might also just be able to 2-shot there, but either way, we're getting through that first fight with no difficulty whatsoever. The real question in this one is, does Hidden Power Bug allow us to get through Brock on minimum battles? Once we get through Brock, we should have a really easy time in Mount Moon, and we should be able to get enough levels that I think Misty and Lieutenant Surge won't really be that much of an issue. Hidden Power Bug will absolutely destroy Erica, and it should make us better against Koga as well, so we may be able to get to Blaine before we run into any major issues. And by the time we get to Blaine, we're going to have Sword Stance, which will allow us to boost up something even like Hyper Beam in order to destroy his Pokemon, hopefully. And from there, we just have to see how we do against the League. In all of my testing with this Pokemon so far, its biggest issues are, number one, not having good moves most of the time, which just makes this run incredibly tedious, but also the fact that it has really poor special. Most of the Pokemon that are going to be really tough for us in the late game are going to be using special moves. So it might be that our offensive output with the Hidden Power Bug doesn't actually affect much once we get to the late game. We're just going to have to see though. For now, I'm going to make my way through Viridian Forest, which should be incredibly easy. There's only one trainer to fight here, but we can see this Caterpie is a 3-hit KO with Hidden Power Bug in spite of the fact it's 105 base power effectively. So we only reach level 6 there as we go to Brock, and that does make me a little bit nervous. We have to hope that we get good enough ranges in this fight to actually knock out the Geodude and even have a chance at the Onix, but let's get into this and test some things out. So first up on Brock, let's just do a quick move power comparison. Normally, when you come here on minimum battles with Vice Grip and use it against the Geodude, you do 1 damage. That is it. So you're gonna have to level up massively to be able to get through this Pokemon. Fortunately, we get a nice tackle miss there, and now we can test out Hidden Power Bug. And this did 8 damage, meaning that this will be a 4-hit KO on the Geodude. Assuming no crits, we get another nice tackle miss there. That's very lucky, but that means that we can get through the Geodude on minimum battles, something that would be utterly impossible normally. We level up to level 7 now as the Onix comes out, and we are slower than this Pokemon. We're hoping it doesn't use Bite turn 1. Unfortunately, it did, but now we can see that Hidden Power Bug did 5 damage here. That does make this a 7-hit KO without crits. But again, that is a massive improvement on Vice Grip, which would only do 1 damage here. I will use Vice Grip when he's using Bide just to reduce the amount of damage that I take. We lose this first attempt, but I think there's at least a chance to get through this fight. Essentially what we want is for him to use Screech or Tackle early on with the Onix, and then use Bide late when he just gives us multiple turns to knock him out. We can see Tackle only does 4 damage here, so we can survive multiple Tackle hits. Once he uses Bide, we're really hoping that we land crits at that point to just get him in ranges where we can knock him out. We got him really low on this attempt. This time we get a bunch of Screeches and Tackles, so by the time he goes for Bide, we finally knock him out. It took 24 attempts there. It is worth noting that when I did this as just kind of test run to make sure that my overlay was working properly, I only played up to Brock, and I actually beat him on my 2nd attempt when I was testing this, but it's clearly very inconsistent. You need multiple Screeches and Tackles, and then once he uses Bide, if he's at about half health and you get a 3-turn Bide, you can get through at that point. It still takes a lot of luck though. 14 minutes and 3 seconds to get through Brock on minimum battles, but with that, we are now able to progress in the game, and it might be that that was the only major wall in this run. We're just gonna have to find out. But the long and short of it is that a slow level up Pokemon like Pinsir, even with a really strong move and a really high attack stat, using physical moves against Brock is just not really going to work out. If we had been in something like the medium slow level up group coming into Brock at level 8, it might have been possible that we were in a speed high there and we would have had much better chances. Plus we'd be doing more damage thanks to an additional damage rounding threshold coming in. But here we're just going to have to see if any of this actually matters, or do we just hit more walls as we keep going. For now, on this next section in Route 3 in Mount Moon, we should have no issues. Everything here should be either neutrally affected or weak to Hidden Power Bug. And given our high attack stat, even at a lower level, we should basically be 1 or 2 shotting everything. So let's make our way straight to the Super Nerd. And against the Super Nerd at the end of Mount Moon, Hidden Power Bug is super effective against Grimer, so that's an easy one-hitter as we get to level 12. Against the Voltorb, we still get the one-hitter, and Coughing can do nothing. It gets completely destroyed thanks to the fact that this is a super effective move in Gen 1. So we get to level 13 with no issues, and we can pick up the Dome Fossil since it is the superior fossil. It's time to take on Jesse and James
fossil.
now. First up, they have the Ekans, which we're actually faster
You gotta
than,
hail
so we can
Helix,
just one-shot that Pokemon. Meowth comes out next. And
You're
it's
supposed to get the
slightly
Helix
faster
fossil.
than us, but Scratch did basically nothing. We did not manage the one-hitter though. It survives with 1 HP, so I'll just Vice Grip it down. That brings out Coughing, which never stood a chance, and we get to level 14 after defeating them, and we have completed the Mount Moon section. So now we can just simply move on in the game. And now I'm going to at least try rival number 2 before I go into Misty's
Helix
gym,
fossil,
just because,
exactly.
well, yes, he does lead off with a Spearow that has super effective moves. We have a really high attack and defense stat, so we might be able to get through this. And after Spearow, everything might just be a matter of using the Hidden Power Bug. Let's see how this goes. Now, Spearow here will only attack randomly, so it's just going to use all of these moves in equal proportions. And that means that we should be able to deal pretty decent damage here. It growls, which is kind of bad, and then it goes Leer, but we're going to get through Spearow with no damage in this one. After that, Hidden Power Bug is our best move. We do get sand attacked by Sandshrew, but we still knock it out. That brings out the Rattata, which nearly gets one-shot by Hidden Power Bug, and we're just missing a ton of times due to that one sand attack again. But now we come to Eevee, which has only one damage-dealing move, Tackle. Everything else is a status move, so if we can actually manage to land hits, we will win here. It is sand attacking, knowing that, but we still win on the first attempt against the rival, getting to level 15. Even when the rival tries to cheese, Pinsir is suddenly good enough to completely destroy him. And with that, we can make our way across the Nugget Bridge and up to Billy Boy's house, where I think he's going to be really excited to see this special Pokemon that we're running. He's going to have to document it in the PC, I think. And sure enough, as we get here to the final Oddish Blast, nothing gave us trouble here. The Onix on the one hiker was a 3-hit KO, but it was never a question that we were going to win. And Hidden Power Bug, even when it's resisted, is nearly as strong as Vice Grip. So in a lot of cases, we can just spam this move over and over again, and Vice Grip is just there to add a little bit of extra PP to avoid going back to Pokemon Center. And we can see that our Phantom Pikachu has showed up here. Clearly, when I was hacking this, I didn't take out all the Pikachu animations, but what Bill's really interested in is this Pinsir. He's going to look at us with great interest, and Pikachu is going to follow him into the closet because something is clearly amiss here. Bill is going to say, dude, if I had that Pinsir, that would complete my Pokemon collection. But we all know that he's just looking at Vaporeon pictures on his PC. He forgot to delete his browser history. Anyway, with that being done, we can make our way down to Misty, and I think we actually have a good shot at this one. Hidden Power Bug will be super effective against the Starmie, so while we're slightly under at level 18, I still think that this one won't be that bad, but let's see if it actually works out. And in fact, we even leveled up to level 19 on the junior trainer just before Misty, so we are slightly stronger as we come in. We're going to go Hidden Power Bug on the Staryu and get the one-hit KO. Starmie comes out next. It goes Bubble Beam, which did pretty good damage, but a critical hit Hidden Power Bug one-shots, allowing us to get the second badge and get to level 20. So it's taken 23 minutes, 41 seconds to get to this point. It's not the most efficient run by any means. You'd probably just level up against Brock a little bit and take a slightly different routing so you don't have to go to the Pokemon Center as much if you were doing this as a speed run, but definitely this Pokemon is performing just fine here. And with the Misty fight done, we can now make our way down south to the SSN. We've got Rival 3, we've got Lieutenant Surge, who I'm not really that scared of. So let's just see if we can manage to get through those next 2 boss fights without any issues. Now, one thing that I did not change about my pincer is I did not allow it to learn the moves Earthquake and Dig. Those were available to this Pokemon from Gen 3 and honestly would be really good, but I just wanted to see how the Hidden Power Bug would do here. If we run into a serious wall though, we might need to add those moves on just to see how they would perform in this situation. What we do get, however, at level 21 here is Bind, which we know is kind of OP in Gen 1, given that it stops your opponent from moving. So we could have some situations as we go through the game where the best strategy is to, say, badge boost to outspeed, and then just bind our opponents down into a range that we can one-shot them with either Hidden Power Bug or another damage-dealing move. We'll save that all for later, though. For now, I'm going to come and fight against rival number 3. Let's see how this goes. Now, Rival 3 is the first time that he actually has Smart AI, so he will only use Peck here with the Spearow. It might not matter, though. We get an easy 2-hit KO, and he only did 12 damage there, so we easily get through that Pokemon. We'll switch to Hidden Power Bug for Rattata, and against the Sandshrew, we get a 2-hit KO here as it Sand attacks us multiple times and then slashes, and if we can't land a hit, we might even go down right here against this Pokemon. We finally do hit, but man, that was bad. Once again, Eevee doesn't have any really strong moves. It only knows Tackle, and once we do finally land a hit, Hidden Power Bug one-shots. So the rival, of course, is just trying to cheese at this point. He's just going for all the accuracy strats. So it's pretty satisfying to see his Pokemon just melt when they actually get hit by us, knowing that he was trying to cheese so hard. And with that, we can now make our way to Lieutenant Surge, since we've gotten the Cut HM. I'm just going to slap this onto Charmander, of course. I do not want to learn this with our pincer. But now the question is Hidden Power Bug strong enough to allow us to actually knock out Lieutenant Surge's Raichu efficiently? Or is this still going to be kind of random and hoping for some luck like X Speed or Growl or something in order to get through? There's only one way to find out, so let's take on the Trash Man.
Okay.
So we're going to tell him that bugs love to gobble up on trash as we come in with the Hidden Power Bug. He goes Growl turn 1. That was a smart move, but then he misses a Mega Kick. He hits the next one with a crit, but then he X speeds at the end. Oh, Lieutenant Surge punts on another victory as we get through in 28 minutes, 51 seconds. This guy just is allergic to winning. Clearly. So we have had no resets since Brock, and at this point, Minimum Battles isn't really looking that bad. Like, if he doesn't critical hit the Mega Kick there, we could have taken a couple hits from him before he would actually knock us out. So I actually think that fight is more consistent than it probably looks on first glance. And it really does show how much better this Pokemon is becoming at this point, because normally you'd still be stuck with Vice Grip and Bind there as your only damage-dealing moves. But with that done, we can now make our way through the rock tunnel, and we're going to go to Erica as quickly as we possibly can, because I think that the Hidden Power Bug is just going to completely destroy her gym. And then we get a ton of levels at this point against the whole Rocket Hideout, Lavender timeline. So it's really going to come down to rival number 5 or Koga, which is better for us. Koga could be hard just on the basis that he is using Psychic type moves, and we do not have great special. But if Hidden Power Bug is one-shotting those Venonats and getting a good range against the Venomoth, it could be a non-factor. Rival 5, on the other hand, I expect to be pretty hard, given that he will have at least a Fire-type Pokemon and plenty of others that use strong special moves. Still, let's just get through this section and see how it goes, starting with the Rock Tunnel Hiker, since if we don't one-shot there, self-destruct could actually be a little bit scary. We'll just kind of have to see. So let's take on the Rock Tunnel Hiker. He is the midpoint in the Minimum Battles run, and here Hidden Power Bug with a crit one-shots the first Geodude. Second Geodude is not a one-hitter, it's going to be a two-hitter without the crit, but we get through just fine as he defense curls. And now for Graveler, this is also a two-hit KO, and he just tackled, so we get through easily on the first attempt. He says oops because he forgot to self-destruct in that one. But with that being done, we should have no challenge getting through the remaining trainer here and just making our way now out into the world. We get to level 25 and even learn Seismic Toss here, so we have another move that can hit Ghosts. but I think I'm going to forget that move pretty quick because honestly, why would we want to have Seismic Toss when we have Hidden Power Bug? And besides, we could always just relearn it as a TM anyway. Now, one thing that I will be doing, however, is picking up a lot of items as I go through this section to sell for money, because I do think we're going to want to go Hyper Beam in the late game. The combination of Swords Dance plus Hyper Beam could really put this one over the edge and make it a super strong Pokemon. We'll have to see if that actually turns out to be the case or not, but that is at least my initial thought process and strategy. I am also going to buy the TM for submission, not that I'm necessarily going to use it at any point.
Why
it
submission?
might come in on Lorelei, but otherwise I think generally speaking we'll stick with this moveset
Why
as is.
submission,
It's just
though?
sad that this supposedly strongest bug type Pokemon's only type coverage is the fighting type moves. It's almost like Game Freak initially intended for this to be like a proto Heracross as a bug fighting type, but instead they just made it a pure bug type, so it doesn't even get a same type attack bonus in anything. Honestly,
And then
I think if
eventually
it had
became
been
a
a bug fighting type and had gotten
flying
stab
type,
moves in
with the
both
Mega.
bug and fighting, it wouldn't have been like a top tier Pokemon by any means, especially not in competitive with the number of psychics, but could have been a decent UU Pokemon. But that's just my opinion. Tell me what you think in the comment section down below. But for now, I'm going to make my way straight to Erica, and let's see how she likes it when somebody brings a bug Pokemon that actually knows bug moves into her gym. So
What do you
Erica
mean?
attempt number 1, she leads off with Tangela. We go Hidden Power Bug. This is a 2-hit KO, but she just goes Constrol.
I'm actually not slouching, but I'm leaning back. But yeah, sure, I'll stretch. I'm not slouching, but I'm actually leaning back. Again, cause I'm in my bed. So I'm not, like, I'm never, like, really slouching. But yeah, thanks for the stretch. I'm instead leaning back. That's what I'm always doing. Because if I was slouching and thing, I'd be more like that instead of thing. But yeah. Alright. There we go. There it is.
Strict. Oh, that's an easy victory. And now the Weeping Bell comes out and just melts to a single Hidden Power Bug, as does the Gloom. This was just easy. And
Okay.
it's so satisfying to see Pinsir finally one-shotting Pokemon that it's supposed to have a type advantage against, as opposed to being in the
No.
situation of just spamming normal and fighting type moves. So Erica goes down
I
in
should get one,
36
though.
minutes, 19 seconds. Again,
just have
no
pillows stuck
resets
behind me.
since Brock. That is the only section of the game that has been inconsistent up to this point. And with Erica done, we have to take on the entire Rocket timeline so that we can have a chance to fight against either Rival 5 or Koga. I expect really no difficulties in this section, but let's
Okay.
just see how it actually pans out. Now, I will be collecting PP ups, but I'm going to save them for the late game when we get to that Hyper Beam,
Okay.
because I think that's going to be the best play for actually progressing in the game. We're going to want as much
He wants
PP
to
as we
up his
possibly can
PP,
get at that
guys.
point. So as we come into the basement, it's time for the Jesse
Yeah,
and
I
James
should.
fight. In this one, they're gonna lead off with Coughing. We just go Hidden Power Bug and destroy it. Meowth is out next. We're faster.
I mean,
and
every
just
stream
one
I do
shot,
from
and
bed.
Ekans gets completely wrecked. Hidden Power Bug.
So, like, here's the thing. I'm always in bed when I'm on stream. I'm always in bed. Like, I've said it before, I actually use one of these. Let me find it on Amazon, actually. I get one of these, and I have a wireless keyboard and mice. I use wireless keyboard and mice. I use one of these. I use one of these. But yeah, every stream I'm in bed. I have one of these, that's how I do it. They're nice. And then my monitors are on an arm. And then when I'm reaching for stuff, That's mostly when I'm like trying to push something on either my mixer or my stream deck when I have to go lean and reach. But yeah. I have one of those bed tables. They're nice. Wait, this thing is actually kind of sick. Wait. Depending on the thing. If they have like one that I could like fit in, that would be nice. If it was more like that. But yeah. No, I'm sitting down. Not laying down, I'm sitting down. Though I have played games while lying down in bed. When I'm using my, when I'm like off stream sometimes. When I'm using my, my XR glasses. I'll put them on and like lie down and I'll, yeah. I have done that before though. I mean like, if you ever wanted to play shit on the couch, you can get one of these as well. And you can use your keyboard and mouse on the couch. If you ever wanted to do stuff that way. But honestly, something like this is kind of nice actually. I might look into getting one of these. This thing like actually looks kind of nice. Right, like this kind of thing. You can adjust the height and everything. Yeah. Okay, that's still a ways away. That's still a ways away for me though.
Put in some serious work there, getting us a very...
Yeah, no, don't worry. It's still a ways from, that's still a couple years away from me before I get into my 30s. That's still years away, years and years away.
Very easy victory. Now it's time for Giovanni himself. He's gonna lead off with the Onyx, of course. Hidden Power Bug looks like it's gonna be a 3-hitter here. We can obviously just Seismic Toss to take that one down after that. We get to level 28 as the Rhyhorn comes out, and Hidden Power Bug is going to 2-shot there. Now for the Persian, it's faster and goes Screech, but we go Hidden Power Bug, and he guard specs, so we get an easy 2-hit KO victory, allowing us to just easily get through the rocket section with no difficulties whatsoever. So now back to Lavender, we're going to take on rival number 4. Let's see how he actually goes here though, since he does lead off with Fearow. The issue with the Fearow is that it only uses the move Mirror Move. So we can, in theory, kind of cheese this fight, though we don't have any status to really rely on, so I'm just going to go for the Vice Grip and get the 2-hit KO. Actually turns out to be a 3-hitter because of the range. Still, that Pokemon does go down. Now on Magnemite, let's go back to Hidden Power Bug and just get a 1-hitter. Shelder, I'm just going to stick with the same, another 1-hit KO. Same for the Sandshrew, and now for the Eevee, Hidden Power Bug 1-shots. Rival 4 never stood a chance. Once you get through the Fearow, there's just nothing to worry about. The fact that he doesn't have Peck or Drill Peck actually makes these grass and bug type Pokemon pretty easy to get through there. But now I'm going to make sure to recover a little bit of PP in Hidden Power Bug before I take on this first Channeler, since it is our best move here. Bug is neutrally effective against these Ghost Poison Pokemon. It's super effective against Poison, but actually resisted by Ghost. But it shouldn't really matter, since it's a strong physical move. It's just going to destroy these Ghastlies. They had no chance there as we easily get through that fight. And now we can progress to the Purified Protected Zone to regain some PP and then make our way up to the top of the tower. But I cannot overstate how much better we are here with the Hidden Power Bug, because normally only Seismic Toss could hit here, and Seismic Toss at this level would be 2-hit KOing, but that would give them the chance to use things like Nightshade, Confuse Ray, Lick, and sometimes we would just get really bad luck and get beaten here. In this one, however, we're perfectly consistent. Now, we do manage to level up to level 30, and we could learn Guillotine, and Guillotine could be a strategy, so I'm actually going to go ahead and learn this. I'm going to forget Seismic Toss. I don't think Seismic Toss is actually necessary for most of this run, so I'm just going to have Guillotine.
Really? He's saying PP not getting banned. Yeah, I know.
16 as a possibility if I outspeed something and want to one-hit KO. That could be the way to get through an incredibly tough part of the game.
Okay.
We take down Ghosty Mama in just 2 easy hits though, and now we can make our way to Jesse and James, where Hidden Power Bug should be more than enough at this point. First up against the Meowth, we just get the easy one-hit KO. Arbok also gets one shot. That brings out Wheezing, and we just barely miss the one-hit KO. It manages Sludge and Poison, but we just knock it out on the next turn. So that was the first time in a very long time that we didn't one-shot a Pokemon that was weak to our Hidden Power Bug. So who knows? Maybe we're reaching the point where this strategy actually isn't that good. But for now, I'm just
like an actual listing that I can actually get where I live, because the listing that I was sent, I can't get. So I'd have to try to like look into them and try to find a good one first, and then maybe. But we'll do a poll to pick the color.
Keep going as I
maybe.
am. Now with that done, we have to make the decision whether to go to Koga or go to rival number 5. What I'm going to do is actually go into Silphco and just take the one required trainer to get the card key and then pick up Swords Dance. I think that move is going to...
I'm still gonna like eventually redo stuff in my room because I've been wanting to like put up a bunch of sound foam like all over the place. And I still have like a bunch of shelves that have just been sitting thing that I have to assemble from IKEA for stuff. Like I have a bunch of glass shelves and stuff like that that have been sitting for like the past 6 months or so. There's a lot of stuff I need to get done, but like I'm still trying to figure out how I'm gonna like rearrange shit in my room. It's currently a bit of a mess as I'm trying to think, because I'm eventually gonna clear out everything and redo everything in my room. So there are parts of it that are just a mess. But yeah. Not really, but I do want to get some sound dampening foam, especially because I'm planning on moving things around to a different spot. And let's just say on one of the walls here, the other side is literally the bathroom. And like whenever someone is using the shower or whatever, I can hear the noise in my room because it's literally right next to my room. There's things like that. But yeah. Also, so I'm not like directly right in front of my air conditioner. When like when my air conditioner is on, I have it on the lower setting, but like I'm basically right in front. Is currently where I'm at. That's the spot I have it in right now. But I'm planning on like moving things around at some point. But yeah. I'm still trying to figure things out though.
Absolutely have a massive impact on this Pokemon, because if we can just Swords Dance up, we may be able to one-shot a lot of opponents. Now again, it is worth noting this is the best
From bedroom
possible
window?
pincer. We have max...
Not great, because let's just say if I was to face my bedroom window like directly, I would get like during sunrise I'd be blasted in the face with the sunlight because of where it's facing. No, there are problems with that because it's literally facing where like the sunrise would be. So I would be freaking blasted. So yeah.
DVs in this one, so your mileage will really vary. If you consider that the Brock fight was that tough when we had max DVs, if you had anything less than max DVs, that fight might still actually be impossible, or at least borderline impossible. But here at this point, we're already fast enough that we should outspeed everything on Koga's team except the final Venomoth, and that makes me think that that is the way to go. But now that I have access to Swords Dance, I'm actually not going to waste any time. I'm going to learn this move immediately. It's a badge boosting move that also boosts our best stat, so I'm going to forget Vice Grip here in order to learn it, because for a while at least everything should basically be neutrally affected or weak to hidden power bug, and once we do get to the point of needing a stronger move, we might just be able to outspeed and use bind on things. So that's at least a strategy I'm going to test out. And after knocking out all of the psychic types in the gym incredibly easily, we have made it to Koga at level 32, and I'm just very interested to see how this fight actually works out. I'm going to try the first attempt just going all in on attack, and if that doesn't work, then we might start messing around with some sword stances.
I see. Alright, Koga now.
Now in this fight, hidden power bug is super effective, so it's stronger than something like hyper beam would be here. Let's see how much damage it actually does. The first Venonat does survive, albeit with very little health, so a Swords Dance would be required to get the one-hit KO there, or we could bind in order to get it in a range to knock it out the next turn. Still, he X attacks with the second Venonat. The third Venonat, he goes for Psychic and does decent damage, but we knock it out on the next turn. We get to level 33 as Venomoth comes out. It tries to double team, and unfortunately we miss, and Psychic takes us down. Still, I think we have a strategy here. He's basically always going to go Toxic or X attack turn 1 because we are a bug type and he thinks poison type moves are super effective. So that will give us at least one free turn to set up. So I'm going to just set up one Swords Dance here, and now we should be able to one-hit KO sweep all of the Venonats. Yes, we've got Toxic on, but it might not matter depending on the exact range here on the Venomoth. So as we get to level 33 again, Venomoth once again goes double team, but this time we hit hidden power bug and one shot. So 49 minutes, 4 seconds. We had only one reset there on Koga, and the overlay shows no TMs. That's because Swords Dance is on the level up moveset of this Pokemon. I will quickly adjust that, but that still leaves us with a very respectable score of 96.6 at this point in the game. And it's not like the Koga fight was that inconsistent. I mean, yes, with double team strats, he can kind of cheese us there, but once we actually manage to hit, that fight is not a challenge for Pinsir if it just had a decent same type move. Hyper Beam, on the other hand, definitely would have needed more boosting in order to be effective there, so I do think that this is a reasonable way to go. But now as we go into the Safari Zone, we find that we have run out of space in our bag because we're collecting all these items to try to get to Hyper Beam, and of course, if you want to get access to Hyper Beam, you need to use our sponsor, the Fuchsia Pokemarts. Fuchsia Pokemart is the perfect place to go to just sell all of your items. 99% of players have never visited the Fuchsia Pokemart in their entire lifetime. Despite the fact that Pokemon has been out for 25 years, the Fuchsia Pokemart will pay you 50% of the value of any item that you give them. Unless, of course, you want to sell them the Dome Fossil, and they're going to say that's just far too expensive for their tastes. So what are you waiting for? Go to the Fuchsia Pokemart, tell them that Teo sent you, and you can get a very special exclusive offer. They will sell you a full heal for when you have been poisoned by Toxic from Koga. And in fact, after the sponsorship read, we do have enough coins to come and buy Hyper Beam, and now we can just slap this onto the moveset. I'm not actually going to waste time learning this move, and I'm going to learn it over Guillotine because I actually think this is the best strategy. Bind should allow us to just get things in a range to knock them out, and then either Hidden Power Bug or the Hyper Beam will be enough to finish things off. That's my logic anyway, and I'm going to come back and fight against rival number 5 now, just because I do expect the lane fight to be pretty random, whereas here with badge boosts, we may just be able to get this one to go without too much difficulty. And at this point, we should basically outspeed everything on his team, so let's just see how it goes. So Rival 5 attempt number 1, I'm going to lead off with Swords Dance here on the Sandslash because this Pokemon's only going to use Poison Sting over and over again. And even if we get poisoned, being at +6 attack might be enough to just guarantee the victory. Here we one-shot the Sandslash with a Hidden Power Bug. We'll stick with that on the Cloyster. We got a crit, which is terrible, but we knock it out on the next turn. We get to level 34 as Magneton comes out and gets completely destroyed. Kadabra never stood a chance. That brings out the Flareon, where I will go Hyper Beam and miss and get knocked out on the first attempt. Oh, come on. Oh, if we just land a Hyper Beam, I'm pretty sure we win there, and it's a 90% accurate move. But of course, the rival has to cheese. Let's try this one again. So next attempt, we do get poisoned, and then we crit on the Sand Slash, which is also terrible. You never want to crit when you're setting up Swords Dance. But after that, we do in fact one-shot the Cloister this time. We will once again one-shot the Magneton. We will one-shot the Kadabra. We're back to the Flareon. We miss Hyper Beam again and get caught in Fire Spin. Oh my goodness. Oh, he must have +6 evasion on or something, because he just clearly does not want to be hit by a 90% accurate move. Which just goes to remind you kids that if a move is not 100% accurate, it's clearly 0% accurate in any serious situation.
It's not 0% accurate, it's just not 100% accurate.
Third time might be the charm though. We land the Hyper Beam and get the one-hit KO, so finally the rival's cheese is not enough to actually defeat us, and we can move on in the game. Still, that is what makes me really opposed to deathless runs, is that there's so many random situations like that where, you know, a 90% accurate move, you know, you're...
I mean, to be fair, even 100% accurate moves can miss in Gen 1 Pokemon because it's broken.
You're hitting 9 out of 10 times, and yet 2 attempts in a row you just miss, in spite of the fact that it is by far and away the easiest fight you could possibly get. It's part of what makes Pokemon super fun, but just makes the idea of doing deathless runs or like perfectly consistent runs kind of tedious in my personal.
It seems storytelling has proven no matter how long the story is, if it's good, people will enjoy it. I say. Day and night both are 9 hours longer than story. I mean, yeah. Though I don't really like how they do the shit there. But if you're just used to the crap, and that's all you know, then that's all you know. But yeah, like, I'm okay with playing shit that's way longer and going through it. I think part of the problem, though, is the stupid FOMO bullshit that they shove down you. And, like, the things that they lock behind after doing it. So you end up putting people in a position to rush through everything. And that's what also just harms it a lot further. So you end up with people just in the constant mindset of just skipping through everything. Because what they need to do happens after that bullshit. But they can't get to it until they go through that first. And that's part of the problem there. It is what it is, though.
Personal opinion, when you have so many easy victories in front of you that just get completely destroyed by RNG. But after that, of course, we can completely destroy Jesse and James. They have nothing to offer us at this point, and it's time to get to Giovanni number 2. So up against Giovanni, I'm actually going to Swords Dance once, not for this Pokemon, for the Persian. I want to see if I can get the one-hit KO here with the Hidden Power Bug. Sure enough, I do. We'll stick with Hidden Power Bug on Rhyhorn. It's going to be a 2-hitter just because this Pokemon has great defense. And now we get to level 36 as we go to Nidoqueen. We will not learn the move Focus Energy, but we will use Hidden Power Bug to one-shot that Pokemon, easily getting through at level 38. And we can actually go and try our hand at Sabrina at this point.
Okay, and now they're gonna get to
Sabrina. We don't
Sabrina.
get flashed too many times and we actually hit, this could be an insanely easy fight. Granted, if we get hit by Psychic, given that we have really bad special, we might just get one shot in spite of the fact that we have no type weakness. So it's kind of an all or nothing situation, I think. But let's just test this out and see how it actually goes.
Alright, Sabrina now. Just spam your bug moves.
So Sabrina attempt number 1, of course she wants to flash us here, but I don't think we even set up Swords Dance. I think we go straight in for the Hidden Power Bug here. She misses the flash and we one-shot on the Abra. Out comes Kadabra, it goes X defend. Good try, but we still one-shot that Pokemon, and Alakazam goes Psychic and one-shots us.
Rip.
So clearly we want Psybeam, Reflect, Recover, anything other than Psychic. It's only a 1 in 4 chance that she uses Psychic here because she just randomizes her moves. Let's try a second attempt. So this time she does flash us, and that's going to power up our hidden power bug, of course. So we one-shot the first two Pokemon. We're back to Alakazam. She goes X defend, and hidden power bug just barely misses knocking this Pokemon out. If not for the X defend, it would have been a one-hitter, and then Psychic ends us yet again. So in spite of the fact that we got really powered up after she flashed us, we just could not manage to get the win. Still, next attempt, we are back to Alakazam. She once again X defense here, and she just seems to have our number. But this is clearly a winnable fight. We just need to actually land some hits. So this time I'm actually going to set up a Swords Dance at the beginning, just so that if we do land a hit, even after the X defend, it should still be a one-hit KO. We actually land this time, and on the fourth attempt, we do knock out the Alakazam. So it took an hour, 3 minutes, 53 seconds. That is with me doing live commentary and sometimes running around to pick up items and things like that. But we're only at 29 resets and only 2 TMs at this point. Still rocking a 90 plus score, 95.1, as we have gotten through 6 gyms. But with Sabrina done, if we're going to stay on minimum battles, there is only one trainer that we can fight at this point, and that is Blaine. Unlike Pokemon Red and Blue, Blaine in Pokemon Yellow uses random AI, so he's just going to mix through all of his moves evenly, and that means that in theory this should be a winnable fight. But if we take even a single flamethrower, it's definitely game over. So I think what we need to do is to badge boost in order to outspeed his Pokemon.
Okay,
we're really hoping for something like Tail Whip from the first Ninetales. And then, if we can manage to keep the badge boost all the way to the final Arcanine, we should be able to just sweep the team. That's my logic anyway. Let's see if it actually works out, or is this an incredibly inconsistent fight? And Blaine's quiz, of course, is going to rub things in our face, like that Butterfree's better, that Poliwag also would be better here. But most importantly, he's going to stunt on us that we do not have the move Tombstoner, because if we did know Tombstoner, this would be a guaranteed victory 100% of the time. In fact, it would triple all of our stats on the first use and make us protected from enemy damage. So clearly we would win, but in this one, we're gonna have to hope for a little bit of luck. Let's see how it goes.
Okay.
So Blaine attempt number 1, let's just see what kind of range we get with Hyper Beam without any boosting. Of course we get Flamethrowered and we just die. Still, that's only a 1 in 4 chance. So let's try this one again. Attempt 2, we get a quick attack, and we can see that we're doing about half with the Hyper Beam. We get a Tail Whip, which is nice. Now I'm going to Swords Dance, but we simply go down after that. Still, that tells us that 1 Swords Dance is probably enough to one-shot here against the Ninetales, and with a couple badge boosts, we'll even outspeed. So we may have a shot here if he just goes Tail Whip or otherwise uses bad moves. Quick Attack, Tail Whip, Confuse Ray are all basically okay as long as we don't hit ourselves in confusion a bunch of times. So there are actually decent odds of getting through this if he just uses the wrong moves. Still, it's going to be a little bit inconsistent because of the fact that that Flamethrower is a guaranteed one-hit KO when it hits. But this time we do manage to get all the badge boosts that we need. We snap out of confusion, and then we get a critical hit that doesn't one-shot against the Ninetales. Oh, come on. Still, we managed to get through to the Rapidash, and we are faster because of our badge boosts. So Hyper Beam just one-shots there. The problem is we level up right here, getting to level 38, and that means that we're going to be slower than the Arcanine. We need for it to go Reflect or Takedown if we're going to have a shot here. Flamethrower just simply ends us. So what that means is that we need to manipulate where we actually level up, and this is a perfect spot to drop a rare candy. At this point, we will not level up after the first 2 Pokemon, which means if we set up the badge boost glitch, we will be able to get to the Arcanine faster. So we just need 3 badge boosts. Let's see how it goes. So this time we get 2 Swords Dances and a Tail Whip, so we can just knock out the Ninetales. Here, we knock out the Rapidash, Arcanine, Hyper Beam, one-shots. So just like that, we do manage to get through at level 39. It's an hour, 8 minutes, and 20 seconds to complete that fight. We're now up to 37 resets and 2 TMs.
That was
honestly,
9 minutes though.
it's just because we didn't know the range initially on Blaine. If we had known that we would level up right there, we could have used the rare candy earlier, obviously. But it does prove that while that fight is inconsistent, it is certainly possible. And it's nowhere near as inconsistent as, say, the Brock fight at the start of this run, since that Ninetales does have a 1 in 4 chance to just use a tail whip that gives you a badge boost right off of that. And you probably only need 1 sword stance and the other 2 badge boosts in order to get through there. I don't think you actually need multiple sword stances, but with that one I was using 2 sword stances in order to get through. But with that done, it's now time to come and take on Giovanni, where 2 of his Pokemon are weak against Hidden Power Bug, everything else is neutrally affected, so this might be a spot where we're just fine. We also resist Earthquake and Dig, so we should have a chance to set up a little bit on the first Dugtrio. Let's see how this goes. Giovanni attempt number 1, he leads off with the Dugtrio. I'm just going to go for the Swords Dance, and he's already sand attacking because he knows that we have the perfect Pokemon to destroy him. Once we land a Hidden Power Bug, it's a 1-hit KO. We get to level 40 as Persian comes out. It does outspeed, but Hidden Power Bug one-shots. Nidoqueen gets completely destroyed. Nidoking uses a guard spec and then gets destroyed. And that brings us to the final Rhydon at level 41. Hidden Power Bug looks to be a 2-hit KO and the Rock Slide ends us. So this might actually be the spot where we need to learn the move Submission, just because Submission will be effectively 160 base power there against that final Rhydon, and that might make all of the difference. So I'm going to forget Bind to learn Submission, and let's just see if that gives us a chance to get through this one. This time we get 2 sand attacks, which is kind of terrible because Submission is already a very inaccurate move, and he's double teaming here. But once we land Submission, it just one-shots against the Persian. Now we need Hidden Power Bug to hit against the Nidoqueen. It does. Hidden Power Bug hits the Nidoking. We've made it back to the Rhydon. Let's see if we can hit. Submission does hit, and it gets the 1-hit KO. Sure enough, just because it's effectively like 1.5 times stronger than Hidden Power Bug here, I think this is one of the only places to use that, but hey, it does actually work. So 1 hour, 13 minutes, 20 seconds to get through Giovanni. We're down to a score of 93.2 because we added on another TM and had a reset there, but really not too bad overall. I'm sure with optimized strats, you could get this Pokemon be way faster than what I'm doing right here. I'm playing with the animations on. I'm playing while giving live commentary. I'm playing while sometimes researching and or looking things up because I don't pregame these. So honestly, you could get this Pokemon with Hidden Power Bug to be just way better than this. But with that, it's time to take on Rival 6, and then we're on to the League. So let's just see if we can manage to sweep through everything here. I'm going to be very interested to see just how good this Pokemon turns out to be. Starting on the Rival though, I'm going to set up the Sword Stances right here. He's only going to go Poison Sting yet again with the Sand Slash. It's the one weakness of his Sand Slash in this version is that it always carries Poison Sting. Now Execute is an easy 1-hit KO. Cloyster, we can even go Submission and just get the super effective damage to 1 hit. Probably doesn't matter. Hidden Power Bug probably gets the job done. Magneton goes down.
At this point, we'll
Kadabra
speed it up a
outspeeds
little
and
bit.
goes Psychic though, so we actually lose here. Kadabra is just a little bit faster than us, so that suggests that we want to save at least 1 Swords Dance until after we have leveled up, and that should allow us to get the victory
that's a bit
there.
better.
So this time I'm just going to set up
I
2
should've
Swords
done that
Dances on the Sand
earlier.
Slash. Hidden Power Bug still gets the 1-hitter. We'll still one-shot there against the Execute, and now Submission on the Cloyster is still a 1-hitter as well. That brings us to Magneton where we level up. We'll set up 1 Swords Dance here. That will allow us to outspeed the Kadabra. Now, it did land Supersonic, which means we are confused and we do massive damage to ourselves, and then we get paralyzed and knocked out by a Thunder Shock. So this is going to add a little bit of randomness here, but I think it's better than using a rare candy at this point. I'd rather have more rare candies for the League when I really need to manipulate my badge boost. So back to the Magneton again. We once again get the Thunder Wave, but we do get a knockout after that. Kadabra goes Recover, but then just gets 1-shot. That brings out the Flareon. We do not want to see Fire Spin. We're hoping for Smog. Unfortunately, it does go Fire Spin, and since we're paralyzed, there's nothing we can do about that as we simply go down. The next attempt, we do get back to Flareon, but again, we are paralyzed, and we're fully paralyzed after he uses Smog once, but he uses Smog again, and that allows us to get the 1-hit KO with Hyper Beam. So that becomes kind of inconsistent given the fact that we are being affected there by the paralysis, but If we could ever get a run without paralysis, I'm pretty sure this is just an easy sweep. Now, at this level, we could learn the move Harden, but I'm actually going to skip this move. Even though I could go for the double badge boost strategy, we would effectively be able to get 9 badge boosts with this Pokemon. I don't think we'll survive enough turns to set everything up, so I think it's better to just go with our moveset currently as it is. That could be a mistake. We'll see if that actually turns out to be anything as we go through this one, but for now, we are ready to move on in the game. Let's get through the victory road. We're also going to go to the power plant to get one more rare candy, just so that we have a slightly better chance of getting through the league at the end. Remember, the goal of this one is minimum battles, to turn this Pokemon from something that can't even beat Brock within a reasonable level into something that can beat the game at as low a level as possible. And we're going to the league right now only at level 43. We've only used 1 rare candy up to this point, and that was just to manipulate our badge boosts against Blaine. That was it. If we didn't have the level up in the middle of the Blaine fight, or if he just used the wrong moves, we could easily win against him without that. So honestly, I'm rather impressed with how much better Pinsir is doing here than it normally would. Of course, usually in a Pinsir run, you would be doing the Hyper Beam Swords Dance strat at this point, and you probably would want to get the Harden so that you could double up on badge boosts, or at least just get more badge boosts in cases where you really need them. The big issue for this Pokemon remains that it just doesn't have any special, relatively speaking at least, so it just folds whenever it gets hit by anything. Water, Psychic, Electric, it doesn't matter if it's super effective or not. At this point in the game, all of those special attackers are just doing massive amounts of damage. But maybe, just maybe, we can actually turn this into a respectable minimum battles run at the end. We're currently sitting on a score of 92.9, so we can take up to 29 resets here and still be on a score of 90 plus on my scoring system, which is like about 6 resets per battle here. Granted, if we learn any TMs, that will also affect things, so we'll just have to see. But I'm going to try to get every item that I think might be useful in this section. I'm even going to get access to Mimic, just because that could be the strategy for getting through a really tough opponent. So I'm going to save the Mimic strats for the absolute last ditch effort to get through something on minimal battles. We will not, of course, go in with any other broken TMs like Double Team or Rest or Substitute or anything like that, unless yet again we are proving to be utterly impossible otherwise. But now with all of that done, I will simply buy some full restores, and it's time to get into the league. I've already dropped 3 PP ups into Hyper Beam, and I'm going to put the last of my PP ups into Hidden Powered Bug just to have a little extra PP there. Let's see how Lorelei goes.
Alright, he really loves his PP.
So Lorelei attempt number 1. We are already faster than all of her Pokemon. I'm going to try to set up 1 Swords Dance here and then hopefully be able to sweep.
He loves
we get an
his
attack drop from
PP.
Aurora Beam, which is kind of bad. But now Submission with a crit does not one-shot against the Dugong. Once it goes to sleep, though, I'm just going to take the opportunity to set up the rest of the Swords Dances. Now even Hidden Power Bug takes that Pokemon down. Hidden Power Bug, however, is not enough for the Cloyster, but it just goes Spike Cannon because we have no type weaknesses. They're just going to randomize. That allows us to knock that Pokemon out. Slowbro completely melts to a single Hidden Power Bug. Jinx is actually slower than us and goes down nice and easy as well. That brings out the Lapras, where I'm going to go Hyper Beam because it is stronger here than the Hidden Power Bug, and with a single hit we do knock that Pokemon out. So Lorelei goes down on the first attempt, and I cannot tell you how satisfying it is to see something like that Slowbro go down in a single hit. I'm really looking forward to fighting Exeggutor on the champions team in this one, which is something that I would almost never say, but this one might be really, really good. For now though, we've got to get into the Bruno fight. I do not expect any challenge here, but let's just see if he actually tries to put up a fight. So Bruno attempt number 1, I'm just going to set up all the Swords Dances against the first Onyx since it knows nothing that I'm scared of. It even goes Dig there, good job. And now I'm going to try to stunt on him by using Submission against his Pokemon. Granted, we can't do that for everything because we would run out of HP, so we'll just Hyper Beam down the Hitmons. Nice and easy victory there. We get to level 45 as the second Onyx comes out, and I just go Submission to knock it out nice and easy. And Machamp gets Hyper Beamed and completely wrecked. So Bruno never had a chance, though we did get on low HP, so you know, that's a very good performance by Bruno, but partially because I was intentionally going for bad strategy there. I think that's the only way you can lose to Bruno, is to go for bad strategies and just hope that he gets the luck to actually knock you out, which is why losing to Bruno is the hardest Pokemon challenge ever conceived. Anyway, with that, we have made it now to Agatha, where Hidden Power Bug is going to be neutrally effective here against the Ghosts. We'll probably go Hyper Beam for the Golbat and Arbok, but let's just see how this one actually works out. Now here against Agatha, there are 2 things we're worried about. We're worried about getting paralyzed by Lick, and we're worried about hitting ourselves in confusion from Confuse Ray. Still, I think we have to at least try to set up the Swords Dance, but I'm going to see what Hidden Power Bug does to Gengar first. This move does half to the first Pokemon, so that tells me that definitely going for the Swords Dance is the play here. Against Golbat, we're not super scared. Like, yes, it can go Toxic, it can go Wing Attack, but once we set everything up, we might just be able to sweep here. So here I just Hyper Beam that Pokemon down. First Gengar comes out again, and we just one-shot it from that range with the Hidden Power Bug. Out comes Haunter, it gets completely destroyed. We'll just stick with Hidden Power Bug on the Arbok for 100% accuracy. That brings out the final Gengar. We do not want to see Confuse Ray or Psychic. Hypnosis or Dream Eater would be great. Here we do get Confuse Ray, but we don't hit ourselves, and we just knock that Pokemon out. So that was an insanely easy victory on the first attempt against Agatha. Hidden Power Bug does massive, massive work there. And we still have 10 rare candies in the bag. We've made it all the way to Lance. Granted, this is with max DVs, keep that in mind, but finally, Pinsir is kind of starting to show its pedigree as a top 20 Pokemon in terms of base stats. Let's see if it can keep this going against Lance, though.
Alright, Lance now.
So against Lance, the biggest thing we're worried about, of course, is Hydro Pump. If we can just manage to set up the Swords Dances here, though, I think we can probably sweep.
Because any
Goes for Hyper
special
Beam, and
move
that's
will
going to
just
give us
kill
the
it.
shot to just knock this
Because it
Pokemon
has
out,
no
but we actually get a
special.
critical hit, so we don't get the one hitter on the Gyarados. Let's try this one again. Next attempt, we once again get a critical hit, so we lose, but I think as soon as we don't get a crit, we'll be able to get through the Gyarados. The problem that I'm seeing, though, is that we're not keeping our badge boost after that Pokemon, so we would be outsped by the Aerodactyl, which will only use flying type moves. So I think we need to use at least one rare candy here to manipulate our badge boost. Let's just see if this makes a difference. This time we even get a Leer on top from the Gyarados, and we finally get the one-hit KO. I'm gonna go Hidden Power Bug on the Dragonair. We get a crit, but that's perfectly fine because it misses Hyper Beam. Hidden Power Bug also knocks out the second Dragonair. We are faster than the Aerodactyl thanks to the fact that we didn't level up here. If we had leveled up, we would be at lower speed, but with the badge boost, we're up to 195 speed. I'm going to go for Submission since it's neutrally effective, and that does knock that Pokemon out. We get to level 48 as the Dragonite comes out, but we are faster than this Pokemon. If we land the Hyper Beam and it's not a crit, I think it's a one-hitter, and we do in fact manage to get it. So Lance cheesed a little bit there, or really RNG cheesed us by getting the Hyper Beam critical hits, but once we don't get a crit, that was an insanely easy fight. And with that done, we have made it to the champion. There are still 9 rare candies in the bag, but I'm going to try to go in here at level 48 and just see how this goes. Honestly, max TVs at this point is effectively like adding 5 or 6 levels to your Pokemon, so it does make a pretty significant difference around level 50. It's 15 points in each stat, so that means that we're already kind of OP. So I'm going to try to avoid those rare candies if possible. Let's just see if the champion is possible with this set.
Champion now, okay.
So champion attempt number 1, and once again, his Sand Slash is only going to use Poison Sting because of smart AI. Say it with me, kids. Smart AI, which means Poison Sting is the play. So we're going to just set up our Swords Dances right here. We get to +6. Now Hidden Power Bug will completely destroy that Pokemon. Alakazam gets completely wrecked because with Badge Boost, we're faster and super effective. Exeggutor completely melts to a Hidden Power Bug. We probably don't even need to power it up right there. We level up to level 49 right here, though. We could learn Slash. We will not learn Slash. We've already got Hyper Beam. And now let's just see how we do against this Magneton.
Right, he's
I'm going to go
almost
Hidden Power
done.
Bug and get the one-hit KO. Cloyster, I will go Submission just to guarantee that it goes down. And now Flareon, we are
Almost
faster.
done.
If we hit the Hyper Beam, this is a win. And sure enough, we get it on the first attempt. So just like that, we have defeated the entire Elite Four. Lance was the only place that we reset in this entire run through the league. And that was only because number 1, we needed a rare candy to manipulate Badge Boost. And number 2, we just kept critting our Hyper Beam. If not that, we would have gone through perfectly fine. So Pinsir goes from being a Pokemon that cannot beat the game on minimum battles to being a Pokemon that gets a 90+ score on minimum battles. Yes, it's an hour 31 minutes. This could definitely be faster with optimizations, but it does not need any optional battles the second you actually give it a decent bug type move. So we end the game with 43 resets and 3 TMs learned as Pinsir becomes a champion. So just here at the end, I'm going to rename the rival Game Freak, and we're going to tell them that they made many mistakes given the fact that they did not give Pinsir the moves that it should have had in Gen 1. So just like that, Professor Oak is going to come in here, he's going to berate them for their terrible decisions, and now let us register our Pokemon in the Hall of Fame. But I think there's one last challenge that we need to check with this Pokemon, of course, because to truly test how good a strong bug type Pokemon with a decent bug type move would actually have been in Gen 1, we need to see if it can take down the ultimate psychic type Pokemon, Mewtwo. One of my biggest memories as a child was playing Pokemon Stadium with my Mewtwo, and there was one of the trainers that would use a Pinsir on his team, and it would do this gesture like with its thumb going towards its mouth like it was wanting to vomit or something, basically telling us just how bad bug types were in Gen 1. So I think it's time to finally get revenge for Pinsir for all those years of being completely stunted on by Mewtwo. We may be able to just set up one Swords Dance and then one shot with our Hidden Power Bug. I'm very interested to see, but at the same time, Mewtwo might just completely destroy us. And in order to do this properly, I think we need to give Mewtwo a moveset that is actually appropriate for what it would want to use against this Pokemon. So rather than being just some random Mewtwo, we're going to come up against a Mewtwo that is running the moveset Psychic, Barrier, Fire Blast, and Reflect. 2 of its moves will boost its defense against Hidden Power Bug, and the other 2 moves will do pretty decent damage here, especially if it goes the Fire Blast. Let's see how this goes. He goes Fire Blast, and we die. Oh, clearly, this would have been the new Uber meta in Gen 1 if this Pinsir had actually existed. And Psychic also manages the one-hit KO on us, given the massive level disparity here, because we beat the game only at level 49, so we're 21 levels lower. But once it goes Barrier, we can see that we're not doing that much damage with the Hidden Power Bug. I think we need to drop some rare candies right here. So I have gotten all the way up to level 58 now. This is as high as I can get with rare candies. Let's see how this goes against Mewtwo now. He goes Barrier as we go Swords Dance, and the only advantage that we have here is that we can get Badge Boost, but Fire Blast completely destroys us. This time he reflects turn 1 and Fire Blasts turn 2, so there's not a whole lot that we can do here. We really need him to use like the Reflect, the Barrier, etc., and let us just get all of our Badge Boosts in. So this time he does a couple Barriers and a Reflect, and Hidden Power Bug looks to be a 3-hit KO. Now we have Badge Boosts, so we are much more survivable, but he knocks us out on this attempt. We finally get a run where he does no damaging moves and just uses a bunch of barriers, then he tries to go Reflect, and we get a critical hit that finally ends Mewtwo after 10 attempts. So even with hidden power bug. Clearly, a pincer being at a lower level is not going to be enough to actually take down a Mewtwo, but this could have balanced out competitive quite a bit, given that this Pokemon would have resisted Earthquake, would have had a super effective move against all of the Psychic types. The Gen 1 metagame could have seriously changed on this Pokemon. That's just my opinion. Tell me what you guys think down below. With that, I want to say a massive thank you to everybody who watches. Thank you to the channel members for your monthly support. If you'd like to support me in becoming a full-time PokeTuber, consider joining the channel membership or watching one more video at the end of this one. Anyway, I'll see you guys in the next one. Later.
So there was that one. I had to speed it up to the end because it was just dragging on for like way too long. But yeah. Right. We at least got that one, but the freaking Pokemon Crystal Snorlax, that one's also really long. Is that just the same dude though? Because they're like, it's just kind of meh. I mean, like, Snorlax is the best Pokemon in Gen 2 though. Even, like, it's the strongest thing even in Ubers. Just because of, like, how insanely bulky it is. So it just, like, feels kind of like, whatever. To be like, how strong is it? How OP is it? It's like, it's fucking, the most dominant thing in, Gen 2. Everyone uses it. In Gen 2 competitive. Alright, that one's done though. Yeah, I think we'll just save that for another time though. The Snorlax one. Maybe. We got through everything though. For the most part. We basically got through everything again. Alright, we got through everything. So we don't have anything else left on the backlog of reacts. So there's that, I guess. Right. And then ToF reset is in like a few more minutes. So there's that. Yeah, and apparently Intel's is re-releasing a freaking a 10th gen i5 for some reason under a new name, which is just really bizarre. I don't know why. I think it was like Core i5 110 for some reason. It's really just an old chip, the 10400. I don't know why they're re-releasing it though. It was discontinued 4 years ago. But now they're re-releasing it again, which is just really bizarre. Yeah, and you can literally go get that CPU for like $40. Which is crazy. Still? That's crazy, man. Like, bro, why? That shit's old. That's super old. Why are they freaking doing this shit? But yeah, like, this is also still based off of Skylake. Right, this shit is still, like, based off the Skylake architecture. It is so bizarre. It is so bizarre that they're doing this. And they're asking $200 for it. That's a fucking joke, man. What socket is it even on? It's on an older socket because LJ 1200, that is their older socket. Like, what the fuck? Why? Why are they doing that? That is so bizarre. Right? Like, that is so bizarre. That is super bizarre. Right, because like their Core Series 2 is on what, LG, what socket was it? What happened to in their website? You have to like go to their Arc Intel thing. It's like this shit's on what socket now? Let's say Core Ultra 9. Let's go to their top end. The 285. Where's the 285K? Oh, here we go. This is their flagship. 24 cores, 8 performance cores, 16 efficiency cores. Like, it's like... But yeah, hi Necromaster, yeah, it's been a while. Right, like, what socket is this again? I haven't touched Intel in... Yeah, this is LJ 1851. Like, what the hell? Why are they releasing an LJ 1200 chip in 2025? And it's just an old i5. And like, the reality is like, the efficiency cores are literally like... Like, here's the funny and bizarre part. The efficiency cores on the Core Ultra CPUs are more powerful than the that old Core i5 that they're re-releasing under a new name. The efficiency cores are faster, or just as fast. It's like, bruh, why? Not even the performance cores. It is so bizarre. And they're asking $200 for it. It is just really, really bizarre. But yeah. Oh well, it is what it is. Right, it is what it is. Okay. Was there anything else I wanted to look into or do? I know we have daily reset now. That doesn't matter. It's too expensive for that. It's way too expensive for that. It's too expensive. Because, like, here's the thing, right? Let's say we go look at their newer Core Ultra one. What would be the same price? Something like this one. Okay, that's 236. Let's go by lowest. Like, they're cheaper Core Ultra 5s are gonna be better. Is this one an OEM only part? Oh, this part is only OEM. Let me see. Yeah, this one only OEM only again. Because like these would be the same price. So it's just so bizarre. Some of these ones, they're Ultra 5s. Like they're cheaper Ultra 5s. Yeah. It's just bizarre all around. Right. Do they not have any Core Ultra 3s? They didn't make any Core Ultra 3s, okay. But like, again, like if you're on LGA, the thing is too, if you're on LGA 1200, right? Like, you could also get like the, what was it? Like a 14th gen, not the i3, a 14th gen i5 for the same price. Which would be faster anyways. Like, you could get a 14th gen i5 with more cores and stuff for the price. So it's just, it makes no sense. Like, it makes no sense. Why? Why are they doing that? Same time too, like you got like AMD's older AM4 socket and stuff, which for some reason they're still making AM4 CPUs. Even though it's 2025, like bruh. We're talking about sockets from more than 5 years ago. Socket AM4 is like 8 years old at this point. And AMD's still like I don't know, man. But also, like, if you're really that much on a budget, like, you can literally buy the 10th gen i5 on the used market for $40. So, like, why the hell would you be spending $200 on it when you can get the same thing for like $40? Makes no sense. It is just really, really bizarre. But yeah, is there anything else interesting to look at? Are we like done? Here, anything on r/gotcha gaming? Oh yeah, that's the Snowbreak thing. We saw that earlier in this stream. I see HSR giving away a free character there. Oh yeah, we saw that yesterday. I guess there's like nothing. Yeah, nothing new here. Right, nothing here. Yeah, EnVtuber was shown at the iPhone 17 thing. Not quite looking like ToF first down. What the hell? Oh boy. Holy banjas. At first glance, you thought ToF was in the picture. You don't recognize the characters? They look like banjas, but never expected anyone to notice. Nodcry looks like banjas, apparently. ToF mentioned Game Alive. Oh boy. Alright, rework of Asperia 5.4 done to make it. Okay. Game Alive ToF save. Improve ToF ahead of its time. Future of game. Yeah, your page decided to wait, yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm doing, man. I'm gonna wait for the super cards. We'll see what happens. Because I do want more VRAM. I do need the extra VRAM as well. I really need it. Okay, what else is here? The first thought was Nodcry was Jack too. Okay. They thought it was ToF too, but then they saw generic NPCs in the background copy-pasted. And then it was clear, yep, it's Genshin. Okay. Oh, that's something. What the hell is this guy doing here, though? Why was he stalking the freaking ToF Reddit? Like, bruh. Why was he even stalking it? It's so bizarre. Okay. You have to just get it from the weekly shop or whatever. And then what they're doing from the test server, whatever, it does look really nice. We'll see what happens when we get it on live. Yeah, they're working on a new technology called NTC. Yeah, that doesn't solve the problem. It's not like the AI stuff is free. I just call bullshit whenever they say that type of thing, because that's not the solution to the problem. And it doesn't change the fact when you need to load other types of data into video memory. When you're doing other types of work as well, it's not a solution. It's not the solution. But yeah. Well, we'll see what happens. Yep. Nothing else really here. But yeah, we got the hopper rice there. Yeah. Even for gaming, the good work, you hate that developers are taking the new features literally and not optimizing. I know, it's so annoying. They're not actually making the thing work properly. Yeah, and like that's the thing, right? I need the extra VRAM. I really need the VRAM. Especially for what I'm doing. I'm already running like a weird ass setup that I had to like do to try to like make things work. But it's scuffed. I need more VRAM. I need all the VRAM. Alright, let's see. I'll grab that. Then I'm gonna slowly just clean out the rest of the stuff in the shop. I guess I'll grab that now. Hi there, Neo Leafer. Thanks for the follow and welcome. I guess we can do our dailies and stuff now. Because we got the reset. What is today's join op? A carnival party. No, I won't. SLI is dead. I did actually run SLI back in the day. There was a time when I had a pair of 1080s in SLI. But the only reason why I even had that was because of an Amazon fuck up when I bought a GTX 1080 back in 2016. They lost my 1080 in shipping, So they sent me another one, and then eventually a couple weeks later they found it. The post office found it, and they ended up with 2 of them. So I'm like, okay, let me go buy one of those high bandwidth SLI bridges. So I ran a pair of 1080s in SLI back then. And then eventually, because they came from the EVGA batch that had the missing thermal pads, they eventually died, but at different times. And I already made both of them, but they ran out of 1080s, and they sent me a 1080 Ti for one of them, but then the other one was a 1080. So then I stopped using SLI. I only used SLI for a couple of months before that happened. It was something. Yeah, no, there was like, cause like I got one of the earliest 1080s. Ooh, thanks for all the gifted subs. Plus 10 gifted subs, thanks. But yeah, so basically I bought one of the earliest GTX 1080s. Back when they came out, right? It was one of the early models from EVGA, which they had a bad batch where they forgot to put the thing. They forgot the thermal pads on the VRAM or whatever. But yeah. No, it doesn't work like that. So if you have 8 gigs of VRAM and you have SLI on 2 cards, and they each have 8 gigabytes, it will still have 8 gigabytes. If you're wondering, when AMD had Crossfire, it was the same thing. If you had, let's say, a 290X and a 390X, and you had you didn't have the 8 gigabyte 290X, but the 4 gigabyte one, and you had and the 8 gigabyte 390X, you would still have 4 gigabytes of VRAM. But yeah, that's how SLI worked. SLI and Crossfire worked. Cause what they did was they copied data between. They didn't add up because of how it worked. SLI and Crossfire. What SLI and Crossfire do was each graphics card would take turns rendering your frames. So frame 1 would be GPU 1, frame 2 GPU 2, frame 3 GPU 1, frame 4 GPU 2. And if you had 3-way SLI, same thing, and same with 4-way. It would just alternate. And because it was alternating, they needed to have the same VRAM data on each of them. It didn't add them up. Oh, I forgot to select the thing there. Alright, gotta wait for them to respawn, I think. Yeah. How about the other one? Yep. They needed to be synced up. That's how they worked. Some cases you would also have to turn it off because you would lose frames. It wasn't perfect. And it's no wonder why it's dead. Really expensive, but it also died for a good reason. It was stupid to run one. Most of the cases, it was pretty dumb. Because of how little support it got, and how it had to do it, you would have, so the problem is if you had, like, lag spikes or frame drops or whatever, it would really impact things in a really scuffed way, and you would get extra frame latency, despite having higher frame rate. So it wasn't exactly the greatest thing ever, and you were lucky to get like a 50 or 60% performance boost, at best, maybe 70%, but on average, maybe you would only get like 20 to 30%. Yeah, so like in practice, like let's say you had 2 cards in SLI or Crossfire, reality is maybe 20% better. Maybe 20-30%. If you're lucky, 50-60%, and like there are a few games where you could get 70%, but very few. So like it's not perfect. It was good for VR though, because for VR you could it worked a bit differently for VR, where instead each graphics card would do one eye. They would still need to share data in VRAM, but yeah. In that case, it was better there. But yeah. It pretty much only really ended up being practical for VR and nothing else. So, it's dead. That's part of why we don't have it anymore. Yeah. Really niche and really expensive. The same time too, it was only practical if you bought the fastest card. If you didn't have the fastest card, it was completely worthless. Because it'd be cheaper to just buy the faster card for the same amount of performance. Like, that's just the reality. Like, let's say you had, like, on the lower end, right? Let's say you had two $200 60 class cards. For the same price, you could have bought the 80 class GPU and gotten better performance. It made no sense. But if you already had the fastest card, the only thing you could do was buy another one. Right? And that's part of why it died. Because, like, again, like, it made no sense. There was just no reason to buy one. To buy the setup. Yeah, it's the same thing with AMD Crossfire. Oh, here's the other part too. In the cases that you wanted to turn off SLI or Crossfire, you had to do a full reboot. You had to turn off your computer and turn it back on. Like, you have to reboot your computer every time you wanted to turn it on and off. And that was like the other thing that made it annoying. If you, like, as you can imagine. So like, yeah, it died because that's just the reality. It was so impractical and only useful for like the most extreme edge cases. Like, if I didn't get if the Amazon screw up never happened, I wouldn't have even tried SLI in the first place. That said though, honestly, if they really want to push their AI stuff, I think SLI and Crossfire can come back, but purely only for the in a different way. You can already do it yourself. Like, you know, any of you guys use lossless scaling? If you've ever used lossless scaling before, you would know that there's an option where you can have it so the frame generation, the AI frames, and stuff, and upscaling happens on a different graphics card. So you could run 2 graphics cards that way and do it. That is a lot more practical. Because, like, you would still have the same frame, FPS and latency, but you won't have to lose frames, and stuff like that to run DLSS or whatever on your main card, and could have your second GPU do that. That's an okay use. If you really wanted to do that. Because then at least you can get the higher FPS without the latency hit. Oh, without as big of latency hit. Because that's one of the problems with frame generation. It's like, you know, if you go from like, if you're using like frame gen on 30 FPS to hit 60, the end result is you're basically still playing it at 30 FPS. The latency is still 30 FPS. Right? But in practice, like, you don't get... It's not like you're getting 100% scaling from frame gen for free. Because, like, even with, like, the most extreme frame gen that they have on the 50 series, like, you're only really, like, 2.5 times, maybe 3x your frame rate in practice, because it lowers your base frame rate. No, it wouldn't remove latency. It would just mean that you won't have to waste your resources on your primary card. Because, like, here's the reality. What frame generation is doing on your graphics card is, you're still rendering the game, but then you need to commit some extra VRAM to the AI workload of generating the frames. But you also have to use some of your shaders, or your CUDA cores, or whatever you want to call it, to also do the computational AI stuff. So basically, you can make it so the extra VRAM usage from the AI stuff is put on another graphics card, and you're using the other graphics card's compute to do the AI, instead of having to render the game and do the compute for the AI on the same card. That's the benefit there. And, like, there are people who have done weird things where they combined FSR frame gen with DLSS frame gen. Someone did it before, like, and used an AMD and an NVIDIA card to do it. It's really bizarre. And that's why, exactly. But yeah. Yeah, if it's lower, it's shit. But it is what it is. I'm gonna go to the other thing now. Get my other daily done. Okay, got that done. What else? What else do we need to get done? I don't think there's, like, really anything else. Let's see. Oh, we know these are alive. I'll go get that done. Might as well get my support points. Yeah, the latency would be less. Yeah, pretty much. You would be, again, because you're moving the strain to the other card. Well, thanks for the like, Elias. Like, you're still going to have the performance thing there, but yeah. Running it on a completely different card, honestly, it makes sense. Too bad they don't actually officially support that. Too bad they don't. Because, like, it would actually be worth doing and using if it did. Like, it actually would be. I see. Well then, happy birthday, Elias. Hi, girl. Welcome, welcome. A bit late though. Because we've been live for how long? Alright, we're just gonna do our world boss thing here. I mean, it is what it is. Just getting some of my support points now. Yeah, almost 6 hours. Okay. Well, thanks for the ramen then. Alright, let's go loot the thing over here. Alright, let's go kill the other Colton. Let me just wait for it to load. It depends. But like, I have like max Titan. Keep in mind, my Titan stuff is maxed. Weak point, I have normal 9, skill 6, and stuff like that. Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens, right? That's still in like, what, 2-3 weeks? 2 weeks from now, I mean. Right. And TGS is in 2 weeks. We'll see what happens. But yeah, it's just funny, like, they just randomly show up, then like they disappear for like an eternity, and then they randomly show up again. We'll see. It depends on the element and what you're doing. But yeah. Well, technically, it'd be even stronger if I had 18 weak point by like a fraction of a percent. But yeah. Your stats also matter. I'm not fully min-maxed. And I don't have the most perfect gear. Eventually you'll get there. It took me like a year to get the Titan gear to where I needed it to be. After all. So eventually I'll get there. I mean, eventually you'll get better gear. My stuff, like, there's still a lot of things to improve on my gear. But I'm like too lazy to go, like, roll new gear most of the time. Because rolling gear is a pain. I don't really roll gear that often. I usually just wait until my inventory is full before I check my gear. Because how annoying it is to, like, roll through everything. But yeah. Like, I've been, like, done with Titan for a long while now, so I have, like, so many excess Titan mats that are just sitting here that I don't use. Right, like, you can see all the Titan mats that I have, like, just waiting to be used, but I'm not using them. Because, like, nothing to use them on. Right, like, it is what it is. Alright, let's get in over here. We just gotta wait for the thing. Right, on to the next one. Okay, should be back now. Oh great, it selected the wrong game. Fine. Okay. But yeah. No, there's just a different they basically they're getting rid of Reboot server on CN for the new MMO server. Yeah, it's just a server without gacha. It replaces the old Reboot server that CN got. Other than that, no idea. That stuff is under NDA too, so it's not like we'll get news until it releases or whatever. But yeah, that's all we know. There'll be a new server type thing. Yeah, it is something different. That is correct. It is different. We'll see, but yeah, it could be cool. Okay, let's see. Yes, I will be able to. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, there is quite a lot of stuff that is there that can be a bit daunting. Now we gotta wait to teleport again. Because I need those support points. Yeah, just don't ignore multiverse. Do it every week, even if you're just suiciding. Those currencies help a lot. Alright, let's get this done. Wait, how many channels does Vera have? Yeah. Just don't rush, man. No need. No need to rush. Play at your own pace. No need to rush. It's not like this stuff is gonna go away anyways. Right? It's not gonna go away. Yeah, fair enough. Oh yeah, did you see the thing about them redoing the first map in the next patch? Did you see what they're doing? It's for 5.4 though, which we won't get for a while. Oh yeah, let me pull it up then. Give me a sec. Here, it should be here. Graphical overhaul coming. Oh, you sent it in, relay. You pinged me? You sure? Oh, you pinged him. Oh, yeah, just the to-dos. Yeah, just do this. Make sure you get that done. And that's it. Right? Your weekly stuff, that's it. Other than that, just do whatever. I mean, this sounds about right. Your weekly crew mission, buy your stuff from the shops, multiverse hunt. Yeah. Do a break from Destiny. Make sure you buy the stuff from your artificial island. That's basically everything. Right? Yeah, this is pretty much everything. Nothing else you would add there. That's basically what we do every week. Right, like, obviously, like, there's weekly raid final trial when you have it unlocked. But, like, people will carry you if you're not able to do anything. Oh, we'll see. Right, this is like an older map visual upgrade though. Right, from that to this. Right, old versus new. We'll see what happens though. Surely they'll do other maps as well. Surely. Yep. Well, we'll just have to wait and see, you know? We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, it's very handy to have Void Piercer. Just teleport to the thing. One minute. 1 minute cooldown. So you can't just keep spamming it. Yes, my alt has Void Piercer too, yes. It's just annoying to constantly pass lead to keep teleporting between them. Like that, but yes. I have it on both of my accounts. Very handy. Alright, there's no more soulbacks. I'll go kill Robarg then. I'm just gonna do it until I cap on support points. Right, because I just want to get my support points stuff done and dealt with and out of the way. So I won't have to worry about it later. Now I gotta wait a bit to teleport to another Robarg. Oh well. Should be almost done with my support points though. Alright, let's go teleport to the next one. And then I can go teleport to another one after. Right. At least I get a bunch of vehicle parts this way. I think I just need to do one more and I'm capped on the points. Yeah, this should be the last one. Alright. And now I'm support point capped. Nice. Alright, so now I'm done with that. I don't need the support point stuff anymore. So now I'm just gonna put my account back in the AFK spot. And then we can end off for the night. Right. I just need to go to the AFK spot and then we'll end it here. Alright, I have a good amount of support points. But yeah. That said though, like I was saying, just to really end off for the night, as usual, thank you guys all for stopping by. Hopefully I can see you guys again next time. You guys have a good day or night, and I'll see you guys then. And thanks again as well to Neo Loafer for the 10 gifted subs. But yeah, I'll see you guys. See ya.